Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's so good to see you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, Damien Halme, running a channel named after me because it's the height of narcissism. No, I'm just kidding. I was told name things after yourself in case you change your branding at some point down the road. You probably don't want to be stuck on one thing. Hi. It's good to see you. I like what you chose to wear. It's fetching. I know. Don't try to make fetch a thing, but you know what I mean. So much has happened in the days that I don't see you. It's weird now. It's still weird. We're still only in like the second week of the new schedule. Well, hello. Good evening. Welcome. Are you ready to don the armor and weaponry of the first champion? Because it is you who will be defending us all this evening. Hi and welcome. Yes, many things have been changing these past couple weeks, and some things I'm acclimating to. Other things, not so much. One of the weirder things is I have a lovely stream with deep talks and reprogramming and debunking and all that goodness on Wednesdays. That still happens. That happens like it always happened. But then I'm so used to seeing you all the next day and the next day that my Thursdays and Fridays have gotten weird. Not seeing you is getting weird. I did spend nice quality time with Oz on Thursday. It is now an Oz protected night where we have time to pretend that we're actually more than just two very busy people working too many jobs. And Friday was a work night. I spent the whole work night struggling with an audio issue in my video editor. That was fun. But I should be getting editing done. Is it boob armor or regular armor? Well, given that it is now your armor, it probably magically conforms to what it needs to be. And you don't have to say. Regular armor, please. Oh, I see. The weird curviness of boob armor is kind of odd and probably creates some vulnerabilities by making too many turns and curves. Welcome, Troa. Hugs for Damien, thank you. I'm particularly fuzzy tonight. You would enjoy. I'm doing another mist robe stream because mist robe streams are fun, and I've had a long day. I deserve this robe. This is an amazing robe. I don't even like green. This is like a dark green when it's not under so many lights, and this is just one of the best, highest quality and best things I've ever owned in my entire life. Those of you that know my backstory know there aren't many of those, and to have something like this feels like I stole it from somebody. Doesn't feel like it's mine. Pop and crackle, and my audio is not there. Oh, no. I hope Troa gets that fixed. Well, you can read my subtitles because they're so accurate. I have been looking at another subtitling solution. I worry it's founded on the same base that I'm using mine, but it might be an updated version. I'll have to check. If we finish Riven early tonight, among some other things I might like to do, I might update subtitles. We'll take a look. We'll see what we can do. Viva has a couple of funny skits about female armor. They're always a good time. I do not know Viva. Things. Right, so missing everybody has felt kind of weird. Having days off where I don't get to hang out. It almost makes me want to live stream my Friday nights where I work, potentially showing off editing and stuff like that. But then I think that might just be a flop, and it might distract me from actually getting productivity done. I must continue my update on the new schedule. Your update. Oh, I'm curious. I'll have to find one for you then. Excellent. I've been driven to drink. Oh no. Oh my. So my new schedule has also resulted in very different sleep schedules. Those nearest and dearest using our Discord server for highest priority communications, non-stream level, because I don't make community posts almost ever, except for spicy posts on Twitter and Threads, and sometimes provocative things on Instagram, but rarely community posts. But if you're in Discord, you know I've been trying out a new, an old format of sleep, a medieval format of sleep, where 3 nights a week I sleep twice in smaller increments, a 4-hour chunk and a 2-hour chunk. It goes not bad. Here's part of the problem. The girls aren't going down fast enough, and because they don't get to sleep early enough and are constantly getting back up out of bed for extra wants, the 4-hour chunk turns into maybe a 3-hour chunk. Then when I de-stream, I often hang out too late in somebody's channel that I've raided, and or take too long to get to bed. So the 2-hour chunk is maybe an hour and a half, usually around then. However, once we drop the little off at kindergarten, I do sometimes get to sneak in an extra 20 minutes or so of nap before I have to do a day job. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. And if I really want to sacrifice productivity, I may not eat during my lunch break and just try to sleep during my lunch too. But then I can't get anything else done around the place, which is unfortunate. And then there's tonight. Today we did a lot of running around, much erranding, and we thought the kiddos were so good for the most part, pretty polite, pretty well behaved. Let's do something fun and nice. So we impromptu decided to go on a hike, and we went on a hike that is purported to be just a mile. A mile is nothing. This one's really squirrely, lots of roots and ups and downs, but it's just a mile. It's not, we're not hiking up a cliff or anything. It's all mostly horizontal. I mean, there's ups and downs, but there's equal amount of downs. Not bad. But upon finishing the trail, we realize it's not a loop. It's a mile all the way in one direction. And there's something about doing a 2-mile hike that is easy when you know you're sitting.
Can you stop kissing everything?
Nikos! Well, hello. I just smacked my mic. Hi and welcome! I'm trying to do like a... There, I'm pleased. That's so nice. Hi. Welcome. It's not the size of the raid. It's the motion of the Twitch emoji. I don't know. Hi. Hello. It's good to see you. I'm just chuffed to bits and happy whenever you decide to pop in to my community, because I like you. You're a good bean. One of my favorite people that I've met this year. I would say hands down. Easy. Oh, it's some audio crackle? Okay, hang on. I have some potential solutions because I think I know what might be causing some of that. Hold tight. Oh, it's all on my end, huh? Oh, this might break the stuff. I'll just try it. Hang on. All right. Can you hear me now? I reset a bunch of things, including my my digital audio workstation, which is not something I should do midstream. But I'm afraid that if I don't do that, it's just going to be poppy like the whole evening. Improved? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay. Whew. I should pay my producer better than I do. Spoiler alert, he's me. He's me. Thanks. Good. I appreciate the QA early because I'd rather get this, get the QA done right out of the gates. Right. So biphasic sleep, and today we kind of screwed up. We did this impromptu 2-mile hike, and thinking it was just going to be 1 mile. Then by the time we got to the end and the kids sort of were ready to be done because they're like, oh my gosh, that's the end of the trail. It's the end of the trail. And then I was like, hey, kids, we have to either hike back the same way or find another alternate route back that's also going to be 1 mile. We found streets that made it back. So we only did 1 mile of really hiking and then 1 mile of walking through neighborhoods. But it was an extra mile that nobody wanted. And it weighed heavy upon hearts and feet. And so 2 miles, not really a big deal. In fact, what's wonderful is for kids that are our kids' age, it was just enough to really wear them out, which is funny. It's like, oh, 2 miles and you're just done. We got to get these kids working out more. No, it's good. It's fun. But by the time we got to eating dinner, it was late. By the time we got home, Oz and I had a heart to heart because the kids were covered in sunscreen and sweat. And I was like, they could roll around in their sheets and all over their pillowcase and cover it with sweat and sunscreen. What's the harm? And then Oz was like, the harm is that's gross. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to shower them because it's already so late. It wasn't really that. I'm making up this conversation, but we did end up showering them late, and then we started the bedtime routine late, and they were passing out, which is good. But then tonight would be a biphasic sleep night for me, my 4 hours, and then my stream, and then 2 hours. I didn't sleep. I didn't do the 4 hour. I feel all right. I don't feel tired. I'm perky and full of vim, and dare I say vigor. But I think tomorrow is it's going to be full of regret. Oh man, what was I thinking? Learning hikes out here has been a serious business for me. They're not as upfront as you'd like when you look them up online. What's going on? Like, why are they? Is it that the difficulty ends up being much harder, or there's like a lot of variables that happen when they're on the hike? I went on a hike when I went to Japan's northern island, Hokkaido. And we climbed Mount Hakodate, and it was beautiful. and easy, just like the brochures said it would be. However, nothing prepared us for the sheer amount of monster-sized spiders that we found up there. If you ever played a Japanese role-playing game, you start off at level 1 and you're like this little kid with no armor, and you go out into the forests, and it does the random encounter thing. And when you're level 1, they just pit you against bugs. And you might be thinking to yourself, man, this game is dumb. Like, when can I start fighting magicians and dragons and stuff and wielding like better magic? It's so weird, like leaving your hometown and just going out and fighting bugs. Well, when I climbed Mount Hakodate, I understood. I saw the bugs that are featured in these games, because these guys were huge and the spider webs were so tensile tough, like you certainly didn't want to walk through them, or you'd get like, it'd be like wrapping yourself in fishing twine. It's not fun business. And so we grabbed the longest sticks we could find and were waving them up and down like we were trying to prevent the Phantom Lasso from Phantom of the Opera, if anybody knows the reference. Yeah, it was creepy. I'll be lurking for a while. I'll be back later. Thank you for the lurk support. I super need it. If you're gonna lurk anywhere, also lurk on YouTube, please. I could use the YouTube watch hours so much. Oh, and we'll talk about that too before we start in Riven, because there's another thing there to talk about. You could end stream 2 hours early for extended napping. Yeah, I could. Tara, I will tell you, if you met me, if you met me as little as 8 years ago, maybe even sooner. No, probably 8. 8's probably good. If you met me like 8 years ago, I would tell you, you know what? Quitting anything early and just taking a nap is like that's my mission. My mission is to take as many naps as humanly possible, work as little as humanly possible, and whenever I'm not working or napping, eating delicious food and playing lots of video games. That was me for a while. I was doing some studying for a thing, entrepreneurship sort of studies, some of which I can share off stream. But this version of me, like today's version of me, is so hell-bent on growing in YouTube and Twitch that I can't fathom cutting work time to do anything else, unless it's kind of some sort of an emergency. Like I start talking like the James Bond having a strong meme. If I start talking like that, then tell me to go and I'll try to listen. My ears still work at that point. But I don't take leisure time or sleep time like I used to, because big reasons. The mile hikes that are a mile to the destination, so many of the trails here, with the greenway being an active thing, lead to each other. Oh, interesting. Yeah. No bugs here, not even webs? That's weird. Although, now that I mention it, when I was in the PNW, I don't remember seeing a whole ton of bugs. Or like the bugs that I saw were of the benign variety. I remember seeing a lot of sow bugs and carpenter ants and not a whole lot of other stuff. I remember grasshoppers. At my first elementary school, we would catch the grasshoppers, and I don't know why. We would just try to catch grasshoppers. It was actually usually pretty gross, because they'd spit some sort of black tar all over your hands, and then you'd let them go because now your hands are absolutely disgusting. But we'd still do it. I probably didn't do it as much. I think one handful of whatever that black stuff is, and I was done. You know what? When I capture a sow bug, they don't spit like that. So female armor skit. 30 30 seconds. Second half of the video is just watching them film. Take a look. We had lots of bugs. It must have been in 2 different areas of the state. Critters here like to leave you to your thing and you do yours. Yes, that is true. That is true. Where I grew up, there were a lot of ducks, though. Like tons of ducks. An army of ducks. Probably where the first philosophers came up with the philosophical quandary. You know, would you rather fight 100 ducks or 1 man-sized duck? Because they're just staring at an overwhelming amount of ducks at some point. All right. Does this work in this mode? Do I have a YouTube capture for this? It looks like no, but I can make that happen. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I will talk to my producer. You see what I did there, and try to do a YouTube capture here. Come on, YouTube capture. That is a YouTube capture. That's gonna go who knows where, because I don't really have a lot of room on the close-up thingy, do I? Can we put it there so it's at least underneath the DH? Thanks. It seems kind of... You know what? If I'm gonna be like a news anchor sort of thing with this, though, it really should be like up in this corner, shouldn't it? I have to move my head because my ring light's in a really stupid spot, and it blocks me seeing the corner. Oh, that's good. That's good. It's like this just in. Disaster befell the quest giving man. Okay. Bear with me because I have to do this twice. We're also on the vertical capture, and that requires putting this up probably like over my mouth a bit. That's fine. You can see my eyes, and then that's all you need. I'm les yeux sans visage. That's for Billy Idol fans out there, eyes without a face. Grasshoppers, katydids, butterflies, centipedes of several types. I don't remember ever seeing a centipede where I grew up. Honeybees, bumblebees. Might have seen some bees. I didn't get stung until we moved out of state, though. Ants. We had a lot of ants in the backyard. Flies, horseflies. I never saw horseflies on the West Coast. Never anywhere on the West Coast. I've seen them up and down the East Coast, though. I hate horseflies, man. I sniped one once. I don't tell that story very often because don't talk about guns on stream much, but it's true. It's true. I did. And spiders too. We'd have some good spiders, yeah, and daddy long legs, which I think are cute. We had those both on West Coast and East Coast. Okay, let's kill the music. Producer, thank you, and play this video. Wait. Before I do, is it on the right audio source? I must know. If it's going to capture it. It looks like it is. Thank goodness. Boop.
Hello and skip. There's a drag skip. The cat skip. Skip. Here is your skip.
What is this low-level trash? The breastplate of Argon. I'm level 120.
Oh, thank you again, Innie.
Yes! God damn it!
Yeah, big NPC, man.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Nice. Not only is that entirely accurate about female armor, that's also entirely accurate about a great deal of the people who play modern online role-playing games. The role-playing is pretty light. You have to find the right communities. That's one of the reasons that I've stuck with Final Fantasy 14 as long as I have. I think it can speak for Oz and myself that we've played through a number of communities where they're just, I don't know, just a bunch of angry kids getting out their frustrations at pixels. And oh, that was an epic sneeze. There's even a wind up to that one. Oh, that felt pretty good, but I'm also aching afterwards. I need a nap, like a 2-hour nap. Just kidding. Yeah, there are a lot of toxic communities and kids that I feel like they're not even there for the story. They're not there for the role playing. They're not there for the world building. So what are they doing? If they want to play a game where they go around and kill stuff, there are games where that's more visceral and fun, bloodier, shootier. There's so many other like, why would you go into a medieval fantasy and not invest yourself in the world? But they do. It's like they got lost along the way. Have you ever met somebody in retail service who you're like, wow, you are maybe a server room tech? You need to be like managing cables in a well ventilated clean room all by yourself, doing repairs, maybe watch repairs or something meticulous, and head down where you don't have to talk to a living soul, and God forbid you're speaking to a customer ever. There's probably somebody more with higher acumen, but somehow they find their way into customer facing retail frontline jobs, and you're like, wow, you're garbage. You're garbage at this. You're the worst person to ever interface with other human beings. Why are you doing this job? Why couldn't you find someplace to go hide and make money? That's why I feel about the people that are in the RPGs that are just like playing it like they're playing Call of Duty. Viva's realism is what helped them get popular. I mean, you got to know your source material if you're going to make fun of it. Their retail series is what hooked me? How premonitory of me. Interesting. One of my favorite X's was A Watchmaker's Apprentice. Ooh, interesting. How? I'm so curious. I almost want to like ask by proxy, like, how do you get into that kind of line of work? Like, what first draws you? How do you find somebody who would take on an apprentice? What do you do as an apprentice? So many questions that pop up. It's not a bad notion, honestly. Like, there are probably a lot more jobs that involve head down, do the thing, go home. You talk to a very minimal amount of people at best. Find those if you know, can't stand people. Although I will say there are people who love people and then they work in retail and then they change their mind. You know what? Never mind. I used to love people, and then I met the retail customer a few thousand times, and I'm done. What is our game du jour? It is Riven 2024, the remake. We are in Gen's secret hideout. I'm gonna say hideout. It's basically a hideout. It's at its garbage. This world out there is just not a good one. I wouldn't recommend living here. It doesn't look like anything can really grow here. It doesn't speak life. He probably needs to go back and forth to other ages just to get a proper meal going. Yeah. This is the skit that got me. Let's have a look. Do I have a YouTube thing for this? Let's find out. I have a different capture on vertical than I do on landscape. So I can do like this, but then do I have a YouTube capture here? I do. Oh, does it not work? I see it. Oh, it just appeared. That's funny. It looked like it appeared out of like nowhere. He loved clockwork as a kid. That's rare. It's a lot like fellows who grew up loving trains who become engineers. Well, that's kind of adorable and rare that people get to do something like that though too, right? However, his parents had a lot of antiques. Clocks were his favorite thing to take in for his parents. He got to know the owner of the antique shop, who was also the person doing repairs. How cool is that? So he got to meet his trade master through his intrigue. I love that. I really do. That's the kind of story that you want to have come true more often. That I would love to see more people get to have. But I don't know that many people that fall in love with something. Like a trade or a trade skill in modern times nearly as much. So many people just kind of settle for something that they find. Rico, how's it going? I thought you beat this last stream. I got to Gen's secret hideout and we ran out of time. I needed to, peace out because I also have a Sunday gig if you have been cyber stalking me in the Discord server. So I can't just go through the extra content. I know we're close, but just needed to stop here and take the break and know that I was getting good sleep. All right, let's see this next. Viva.
Beautiful. Hey sir, how's it going? Very good. This is the new Logitech range. We're
Poor guy.
Go again. I f***ed everything up. Well, pretty much everything.
Cute. I don't know. Here, I have a hot take about that kind of thing, though, is like when you work retail. Oh, crap. It's doing another
Thank
thing.
you, hero. You've saved.
Doing another thing that I didn't tell it to do. Yeah, hot take. When you're in retail, nobody has ever like given you a performance review, or I don't think anybody gets a performance review that's like, congratulations, we're giving you 10% raise this year because you had all of these shelves constantly clean and straight and exactly to the specifications charts, or the companies wanted their particular booth to look, and you managed that through big rush all the time. You spent your whole shift just keeping those shelves clean and tidy and looking exactly perfect, picture perfect. The expectation's not really there. So that guy like freaking out about his shelves getting dishelved, that's a him problem. And two, when all of your shelves get messed up, it means that you get paid to fix them, which is I mean, I've worked basically like sweat equity jobs, and retail might feel very soul draining and awful, and you come home and you just hate humanity. But there's a certain luxury to coming home and having an emotional feeling about your job as opposed to a physical, like throwing out an elbow, or like I sprained my back one shift, or was covered in like hot grease. I had a friend who dropped something burning on his hand while he was holding something important for what he was doing with his job. He couldn't remove it from his hand. His other hand was holding something else, and so he had to just like move to where he could set the things down and calmly remove the thing off of his hand. He couldn't like freak out and just like throw his hands up in the air. So he left like a burning thing on him for, I don't know, 5 seconds or whatever while I was trying to maintain that stuff. Like physical labor is terrible in a way that retail employees hopefully will never have to know. Retail is really bad, and I've done both, but sweat equity is not only so much harder at the earlier stage of your life where you're young and you can do a lot and you can push through the pain and you can come home, just sleep for 10 hours because you don't have a lot of responsibilities. You probably don't have like, you know, kids running. Hopefully you don't have kids running around while you're doing like a young person's sweaty job, but maybe you do. Hopefully somebody else is taking care of them, that because it's so draining that when you get home you don't want to do anything physical at all. And then you get old, and if you're old and still doing the sweat equity job, it's you start having to pay for it in medical bills, in medical stuff. Things come up that don't come up for other people. The retail employee might have to, you know, have something done with their body from standing around so much, because standing is not really great for you, but it's nothing like, you know, replacing all of the components of your body that fail when you've been using your body to make money as a sweat equity person. Yeah, I don't know. I make fun, but I wouldn't want to go back to retail again. It was an awful experience for me. More because of leadership, really. I had some bad customers. I had some customers that were kind of even scary, and you just hope that they don't like follow you out to your car later. But yeah, it's relatable. When I make fun of that guy saying like, oh, it looks like it's more of a him problem, I also get it. You take some pride in your job and the things that you do for excellence, and when anybody steps in to screw it up, whether that's like misguided leadership, a shitty coworker who just doesn't care, and especially the customers who they can be a caring customer and still be bad. I think all customers in retail are bad, period, just by rote. Almost all of them are hard to deal with. It's not a lovely experience. Okay, so Mist, where did we live? Where did we live? Where did we live? Where did we leave off with the remake of Riven? We were in Gen's bedchambers. This guy who's been trying to basically take the whole of Riven under his command and control it like a god. Well, the big sky daddy Atris who sent us here says, that man is my father and you must stop him at all costs. And we found out that Sky Daddy's wife, Mrs. Atris, just kidding, her name's Catherine, is also imprisoned here because some of the villagers thought maybe she's a god too, and Gen can't have two gods, so he imprisoned his daughter-in-law. And we just came to him with a very special book that will get him out of Riven and out of this age, which is not Riven. This is just where he sleeps. So that he can hide from the Rivenese, the bad Rivenese, the ones that don't like him, that prefer Catherine as the god. Oh yeah, that's so Spartan. Why is it so moist on the edge of this and so gross on the underlip when this water literally just shoots right down the drain? Like, it doesn't even splash. How could it get moist there? Anyway, that's just a question for the ages. But so we brought him a book, and it was like his way out of this prison, Riven, where Atris has imprisoned him, but he's then become a god. And he was like, oh my god, a way out. And he touched the book that was a teleporter, and it did not free him. It imprisoned him. So he is now stuck. Now we should go try to find a way to free Catherine, and then summon Sky Daddy Atris, and that may be the rest of the story. This remake is different than the original in many ways, but the further we go in, spoilers for those of you that are just catching this as your first Riven remake stream, get out of here. Seriously, get out of here. Okay, spoilers starting now. The story and the puzzles and the paths diverged from the original significantly at the beginning, but with each passing hour you play this game, the more it converges. It's almost like they had some great ideas for how to remake the entire game, and they were all up front. And as they went through the story, they had less and less ideas and said, you know what? The original was was pretty good, right? It ended pretty climactically, and I don't know that we could improve on it. The puzzles are pretty good. I don't want to do too much to mess with it, and so they feels like they kind of didn't, which is it's okay. There's still room for the very end to maybe have some changes, and maybe a new puzzle here or there, but by and large, the game's converging more and more the more we play. Which, for what it's worth, the beginning was really excellent and very different, and still makes everything worthwhile. In fact, everything about the remake, the soundscape, the visuals, the movement, makes this worthwhile if you loved Riven, which I didn't, and now I do. I love this version. My brother-in-law had a similar reaction. They still have watchmakers apprentices. He's a composer. They still have composers? That's not replaced by AI? Just kidding. As somebody who writes music, I really don't want to be completely replaced by AI, and hopefully that won't happen. The stuff that I write, I don't think could be replicated by AI though. It's not formulaic, because formulaic bothers me. I have my own signatures that go into a lot of what I write, just based on music that I've consumed, which isn't the whole corpus of music like an AI would have. It's a subsection that's hard to replicate. It's just things that tickled me growing up. Yeah. Right, so just to verify, we have like a ratchet sound, a tick, a ding, and another ratchet sound to get Catherine out of the prison. Is that correct? Yep, that's what it sounds like to me. You've heard mine, so you know how boring mine is. I wouldn't say boring. I would say more accessible, because your soundscape doesn't do some of the things that mine do that can kind of off-put some listeners. Yeah. Sometimes writing so that you get a broader array of yeses, of yes results from what you share, can be meaningful in a way that my stuff can be too provocative and doesn't always entice the broader array of people. But that's kind of me as a whole, right? Like, I'm taking a slower growth path with streaming, as an example, because while I know how to do like a bit of a sellout, and I could probably make a channel that grows kind of faster if I focused on, well, so I have an acting background, I could act a certain way, I could present certain types of games, I could have certain, you know, stuff going on in my streams, and just work toward creating an experience that's custom tailored for fast growth. Or I could be authentic, which is apparently rare these days. Even people who everyone thought was fully authentic, they're learning about their dark, seedy underbelly. I don't know if any of you have heard, especially like the Mr. Beast stuff coming out, and how almost everything in his whole empire has been faked, staged, or otherwise emotionally manipulated so that people have a different idea about who he is, aside from a really crafty business owner, a tycoon of YouTube, as it were. And I mean, maybe that's helping me drive a business model that instead focuses on vulnerability, authenticity, and one that, 10 years down the line, if somebody were to dig up my dirt and find DMs with people, or that here's the way D really handles folks behind the scenes, and I shared, our entire conversation screenshotted from 2024, forever ago, but this is who D really is. I hope you like it. Turns out I think it will be very consistent with who I really am, because I don't hedge bets that being fake is going to make me grow in a way that I appreciate. Even if it would make me grow faster, I don't want it because I don't want that kind of fallout like we're seeing with folks like Mr. Beast. I would rather, I would relish that anybody who I'm talking to in this stream or on VOD when you watch this later, that you could say, I have a DM thread with D. Yeah, I guess there's nothing in there that's, you know, unseemly or bad for business or, you know, spicy in a way that shows that he's unfit to you know, grow and receive good things for his family. That's my hopes. But it does, back to the matter at hand that sort of started that whole rant, it does tickle me when I see sort of older, more rare work types, apprentices of different trade skills. I was at an artist's art gathering party sort of thing once in Southern California, and his entourage of people that would go to these parties were all so interesting and unique. Older people, like maybe 50s, some 60s, all into avant-garde lifestyles, art and viewpoints and politics. And one of them that just happened to come seemed very salt of the earth comparatively, very blue collar and just sort of t-shirt and jeans and round belly and big beard and loud. I was like, who are you and why are you here? Tell me about yourself. You don't look so high society as everybody else here. He was a blacksmith, like a real honest to goodness modern day smithing, working the forge and swinging the hammer. I'm like, that's cool. This was, yeah, just the first of his type I think I've ever met, and fun to see. Part of why I like to go through friends when I need something from a skilled trade. Oh yeah, yeah. I like knowing people that are into that kind of stuff, and I like using them when I know that I can. That is why one of the merch t-shirts that some of you know exist, I just realized I'm spoiling this for a wide array of audience that this hasn't been exposed to yet. But for those of you that know that there's merch, those that we used a community artist, somebody from this greater community, to design one of the merch designs, and we'll be getting every bit of profit sent to them, because I think that's a cool thing. Plus, I like to invest in people's futures when and where I can. These days, cannot. 10 years from now, I'm hoping that changes to something big, and I'm hoping lots of big yeses, lots of big changes for other people. I want to invest. I want to invest in the world. I want to invest in people's excellence. We just have to cover our own bases first, and then want to look outward and make big ripples. You know what I mean? My. These loading screens. Okay, we're back in Gen's other hideout. This other little secret dealy-do. Where he's got all the dead frogs and the bright stones. And these tusks. Are these from the fish? I just realized every single light source in here. What else has these tusks in this mythos? Except the godfish. It's like he deliberately picked the Rivenese favorite animal. I was like, yeah, it's not even the light. It's just adorning the outside of the light. For why? What does it do? It actually blocks light. A little sliver of it. So they're really just there as a big fuck you. Looks like. Oh, you jerk. Again, such a jerk. Okay. We are going to help Catherine be free. Which I think is this way. Hello? Did I lock it? Oh, whoops. Whoops. It is this way. I said I was going to talk about the YouTube watch hours thing. I knew that YouTube periodically goes back and reviews watch hours received by a channel, and if they deem those watch hours as not valid. And what is valid? Well, I looked everywhere online. There's not a good answer. The best answer people give for what a valid watch hour is it has to be a live or VOD that is listed as public, not private, not a shared link or unlisted. It's just got to be out there for the public, which everything, almost everything I've ever done on my channel all the way back to 10 years ago is public and out there. However, I watch the watch hours, and every day I see the amount that's added. I've also logged the amount that gets taken away from the beginning of a bracket. So if you're looking at a 28-day bracket, 28 days isn't then you add a day. It's you add a day to the next day in the calendar, and you take away the last day. So there's still 28, right? You look at 365 days of content, that's not 2024. That goes all the way back to, August of 2023. And when you go to the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, you've taken them away from this end. So I watch that. I see what gets added. I see what gets taken away. And there's a disparity all the time. In the last week and a half or so of content rolling, so as we move forward, it's still about that time frame. Somebody, an AI, a script, or a live human, looks at my channel and readjusts the number of actual watch hours I get. I'm being throttled in many big ways, and that number is moving in unpredictable. Sometimes it looks like it's surging up, and then it stays surged up. I'm like, okay, are those legit? Are they going to get deleted? Other days they get deleted. It's a whole big confusing cluster, and I can't say anything about the nearness or farness about partnership because the number is non-calculable to me. Something on the other end of things is randomly culling vast numbers of my watch hours for whatever reason, and they're not talking about it. I looked up every guide to understand it. Who knows? But it's frustrating. I think what I have to start doing is ignore it. I have to not look at the numbers for a while. I think I'm moving just a little bit too soon. I'm pretty sure this one is that one. Good, I remembered. A week later, and I remembered a puzzle solution without looking at my guide. That's right. My brain's firing better than it was a few months ago. Remember when I'd start a stream, especially a missed stream, and you all would have to say, D, can I remind you of something you're supposed to know? I feel like that started to be a trope for my channel. Can I remind you of something you're supposed to know? Can I tell you something you should have remembered? I was even happening to some degree last year, but this year especially. And so this is a win to me to be able to say, not only do I remember what I'm doing, where I'm going, this world is memorable. The song was here. It doesn't sound like a song per se. Oh no, it's a song. Oh. Is this because we're at this stage of the game? I don't remember music in here. But we do have Gen in a book in my satchel. He's right in there. Hi Gen. Hi Gen. How's it going? It's good to see you. Alright, back to my side you go. I would imagine that a modern game like this would take parts of the storyline you have advanced and use them as triggers to change the world around you, the music, stings, the everything, to give you a better feel of progress, especially for a game. What was that noise? Sounds very liquidy. Is it always so gooey sounding around here? It stopped. That's even weirder. It sounded very wet for a moment and then disappeared. Well, anyway, the fact that the world of Myst, or various games like this, you reuse a lot of areas. You walk back over places, so you get familiarity, but you also get sort of a tedium going. To have a game like this where it feels like new music, new sights in some cases. Remember when this area was starting to break into Riven and we saw some of the starry expanse in Riven, and then later on we went over those same areas and they had like made metal shielding around those rifts so that you couldn't see them, so that they couldn't grow bigger. That's progress. Little subtle things, non-interactive, non-game elements, just story, plot moving forward. So even the tedium of walking through an old area feels like it could be novel. Yeah. I also want to mention something else tonight. I had a whole bunch of bullet points in my head that I wanted to go through. I didn't write them down, so I just hoped that my brain would remember them, and my brain's remembering most of them. I think I got a lot of them out at the beginning of the stream. We spent a little extra time, and then the one with the YouTube watch hours and my frustration. Just right now I remembered to mention it. But this is something else. I've been editing old stream footage to put a few things up on YouTube that I promised I would a long time ago. I was working with an editor, some of you may know, that got really busy with other personal stuff, and it just kind of, the business arrangement didn't work out so well, so I started taking on the editing myself. If you know, you know. No hard feelings or anything weird between us. Just, we both need to focus on ourselves, and that, for me, means editing my own footage, I think, to make it happen. One thing I've noticed in editing my footage, and this is weird to me, a weird confession, one that is probably very small to everybody else, but it's meaningful to me. I take pride in when people meet me in real life, talk to me and shake my hand, and we have long conversations, that on not many, let's paint it correctly, let's be authentic. On several occasions, people have noticed something missing in how I communicate that in other people they do regularly. And that is filler words and sounds. The Southern California like a million times in a small paragraph of content. People saying ums, uhs, ers, you knows, you know. It's like this, you know, and then you go down there, you know, and then, or just empty turns of phrases that people repeat that don't mean anything at all and is a waste of space and time. Like saying it is what it is. It is what it is. Rico! It's like, you know. It's like, you know. I don't even know what like you're talking about. Would like fit there? I lived in Southern California for a while and I've heard the Southern California like. I feel like it would come after don't. I don't like even know what you're talking about with a little bit of an up talk at the end. I don't like even know what you're like. I don't even like, maybe it would come after even. I don't even like know what you're talking about. Does that sound Southern Californian? I don't have a great Southern Californian accent. I have to listen to a lot of Angels and Airwaves and then I can do a little bit of something. Yeah. And it is what it is so not only Is it like a little bit of a pet peeve of mine that it fills in a sentence without giving any more information, but it also feels incredibly defeatist. I feel bad for somebody to say, I wanted a promotion. I tried talking to my boss. They mentioned how thin we were on budget and all of us were gonna hunker down this year. I think he's lying, but it is what it is. Those kind of endings of stories, it is what it is, where you're just shrugging and dismissing something like you can't change it, makes me feel like you've given up. You can't get angry enough to make a change. You're not smart enough to look for a loophole or a chink in the armor. You won't even try to ask anybody for help. You won't start looking for another job. You're just... what's the word? When somebody relinquishes all hope of future. You're like Al Bundy in Married with Children. Shrug and just go about your life. Resigned. It's resignation. That's the word I was looking for. It is what it is pure pathetic resignation. And I just feel pathetic toward those people that use that line. It is what it is, but it ain't what it ain't. It might be what it might be, but it's never what it's not. Other times it is what it ain't. At least that's funny. That's funnier than just saying it is what it is and quitting. Charo says, when I moved back to Utah from California, I was told often that I'd picked up the accent. I never noticed. Interesting. I think places like Utah have lower mobility to them. And so anything that doesn't sound endemically Utah, and however you say people from Utah, then it probably sounds like you've picked up an accent. Most Californians I know actually don't have an accent. They've traveled many places, interact with many other people from other cultures, and don't speak in a specific way. But some folks who lived their whole life in Southern California in certain circles and haven't had as much exposure to the multi-ethnic melting pot areas have a bit of the Angels and Airwaves Tom DeLonge accent. His is worse than most people, oddly. He sounds like somebody making fun of Southern Californians, which is weird to me because he's not making fun. He talks like that. Yeah. Utah? Okay, cool. One of the reasons call centers hunt in Utah is the lack of accent. Interesting. I always heard the lack of accent was somewhere in the Illinois region. They just sound American. Now I'm curious. I want to listen to a corpus of Utah speakers. Not a perk. No, not really. There's something beautiful about sounding different than other people, if it's not too distracting. Back to the matter of the filler sounds, words, and phrases. I take pride in, and a few times have been noticed and recognized positively from other people in conversation, that I took these out of my my repertoire. They're not in my natural speech. Looking in somebody's eyes and talking to somebody face to face, I do not fill. I do not use ums, us, likes, you knows, or it is what it is. Unless I'm making fun. When I look at this camera and I talk at a live stream audience, and all I hear is game music and my own voice monitored in my headphones, there's an emptiness when I stop talking, like dead air on the radio. Chills. Welcome, Akumu. Hi. Soon to be drunk chills? Are we playing a drinking game again tonight? What are the rules? Fill me in. Tell us all about it. It was something I'd heard from a CEO in regards to opening a new center in Utah. Just that they have that wonderful lack of accent. So I've taken it upon myself to, I was saying, I think it's like radio. When you listen to a radio DJ, not that anybody would do that in 2024, but I do in like video games. Honestly, playing Cyberpunk or GTA is probably the closest thing I've had as an experience to listening to the radio in a long time. And those DJs talk without filler, without gaps. You don't ever want dead air. But streamers have dead air a lot. I notice it a lot in other streamers. They'll be playing, they'll be fixated on something, they'll be head down, and their mouth will just stop, and everything will get real quiet, and all you see and hear is the game and their face focused on the game, fixated. They've lost the ability to speak. I always wanted to combat against that, and I think one of my unforeseen side effects in trying to stem that and trying to stop ever having dead air while streaming is talking with those ums and uhs brought back in again. I did it a lot in my streaming career up till recently, and that doesn't sound like me listening to myself. It sounds weird. It doesn't sound like me. So you may notice tonight I've embarked on returning myself. I don't know if returning is right, in branding myself as the person you meet in person, as the person you hear in person, that I speak a certain way, that I engage in a certain style of talking, and that includes the long since practiced habit of never using those fill words or using them for effect. Like somebody does something weird and gross in chat, they say something funny in sketch, I might be like, but I'm doing that now because we're all pointing at how weird and gross that person is, as opposed to I'm searching for a word. I don't make those sounds searching for a word in real life. Why do I do it when I'm staring at a camera? Don't know. I don't do it staring at a camera at a gig, but then I'm usually reading from a script or a teleprompter. So why would I do that at home on my streaming camera? Strange, right? But it happened. And now I'm working to reverse whatever happened. Why, for a few years, that came out of my mouth that way. So, now you're caught up. Okay. Final Fantasy 14, one shot for all girl party, one shot for getting hit by the mechanic, one shot per greed win. Jeez. 2 shots per need win. Oh my. Pity shot if you have the least shots accumulated after a dungeon. Woof. I hope whatever you're shooting isn't like Everclear. Plus I'm doing it as a new tank. Well, have fun and don't die, in words of a wise sage known as Akumu. I think you're caught up on everything. Talked about the hike, the completely missing my first phase of sleep, the return isn't the right word, the adoption of the way I speak naturally in real life on stream camera, and caught up everybody to where we are in Riven. I think we're good. 21% alcohol rum. Akumu, it's been lovely knowing you. I hope the best for your family in your absence. And just kidding. Have fun. Have fun. Stop at some point. I feel like you're in danger. I don't know. The reality is you could drink me under the table. We are going to Prison Island. Vertical eye, half closed. Yeah, that one. You go to the right to the first. Oh, sorry. Skip that nexus. The second nexus. Turn. Go. Taking breaks between plus water. Okay. This ain't your first rodeo. We go to the right. Oh, I can see it. For some reason, I thought maybe we won't be able to see it, and I need to sort of memorize where the eye is. We don't. We're fine. We are fine. I mentioned this on the previous stream. I have to hold down a button to run as a modifier, but there might be a point later on in stream where I stop having to hold the button down and instead, oh, I did not have to climb. Holding down the button will make me walk instead of run. It's screwy. I don't know why. It's the only bug I've experienced in this game so far. Wait. Oh, whoops. Why did I not remember that it is a double climb? Unless I'm going to the wrong place and I have it wrong in my notes. I think this is Prison Island. Even if my memory is working pretty good from week to week now with the new sleep schedule. Whoa, what was that? That seemed different. A brief pause. The weird. I don't know what we saw. Looked like we started to see outside, but it looked blurry. You gonna let us out? This cutscene feels longer and longer every time I have to take it. That is the other complaint. The two complaints. One, the weird modifier key. Poop! This was not right. It's not the place. Let me back in. Something tells me you leave, it resets. No! No! And then you have to restart it, come back in. How is this prison? Vertical, half closed. Oh, vertical didn't mean the eye, the slit in the eye. The prison eye is a vertical eye, I believe. It's fine. Fine. It's been a week. It's been a long week. Rum is my go-to, really. You two can gladly, I will gladly let you drink all the rum. At the first Hallmay convention, if we ever do a fan thing, you can drink all the rum. Rum and I are not friends. Thinking about rum makes my joints hurt for some reason. I don't like the taste of vodka, and I've tried whiskey before too, not my thing. Whiskey is one of those things where you don't have to try to be a cowboy and love whiskey plain. There are some tasty whiskey drinks out there. Down. Vodka, I get. I think there are few use cases for vodka being tasty. Vodka's big MO is hiding in a more complex drink. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. And a well distilled vodka can be masked with other additives better than some other stronger flavored liquors. Hope this is it. Can't even read my own notes. Sometimes you want the strong flavor because you like it, though. I'm a fan of gin, and I really love tequila. Love the flavor of just straight, plain tequila. Good tequila. And I like it in drinks, in mixed drinks too. Okay, whew. I can read my own notes. We are on Prison Island, and she is up there. I'm curious about the ladders. There's ladders on both sides. If those will play into the puzzle at all. But we need to go there to that like bunker area. It's kind of cool looking. I drink the whole gamut, but rum is my giggly, happy, flirty drink. Nice. I have a certain level of jealousy for people who drink and become happy, giggly, cuddly, party mode. I drink and my words get a little softer, and then I drink some more and my feet get a little less sure, but my overall mood and personality and things I want to talk about all kind of stay the same. I don't lose inhibition. I'm kind of a control freak, so I guess there's a part of my brain that fights against feelings of warmth and giddiness and connectivity and partying. And so I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it, and then suddenly I'm just drunk. Bad. Like blackout. I don't know what I'm like then, because I don't have memories of those. Okay. We're here. This is the puzzle. This gets us to Catherine, I believe. Should be... I need to alt-tab out to see this. Should be ratchet, tick, tick, ding, ratchet. What are you three sounds? That's the tick. So if we change that to 1, 1 for the tick sound, this is the ratchet number 2. So 2, 1, 1, 3, 2 is our answer. Does this reset it? I hope that resets it. Let's try 2, 1, 1, 3, 2. White button. Did it? Didn't do the thing. Do we press this then? That did a thing. What's the white button for? Those 3 work with the crank. Maybe once you've unlocked it, the white button just summons the elevator. It's confusing, it's there. If it's a thing that works only after the puzzle is solved, it should be hidden until the puzzle is solved. I don't like these. There's a few of these in the game. There's one in the hidden animal puzzle hallways that lets you back out into that prison cell. It feels like first Blender project. Looks poorly done. and uncomfortable. Everything else is so stylish and artistic, and this is decidedly Spartan in comparison. Whoa, whoa, there's an open back end to the elevator. Are we going up the appropriate amount of height? This feels... Oh. Catherine? Catherine? There you are.
We have to move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book?
You're the only person I trust in this universe.
You captured Gen.
Mm-hmm.
We're all free.
Mm-hmm. She have a lot of teeth.
But they're still his followers.
I feel like she has a lot of teeth.
I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. And you? You go back to where you first arrived and reopen the fissure. I know it's risky.
It's risky.
But it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me.
I have trouble looking at anything other than your mouth.
Oh, and don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
Boo! Who will link the broken chain, free Catherine from her prison? Was the achievement we just got. Well, she's gone. And we're looking into... Oh, this is... Is this canon? We're looking in a mirror where in the cutscene, we could see Catherine's shoulder reflected back at us in the mirror. I know it's a reflective mirror. However, looking at it, it's not reflecting me. Is Mistman a vampire? Because I can see this stove in the mirror. It's standing right in front of. He is canonically a Donald ducking vampire. And by Donald ducking, if any of you were here for the Mist 4 stream, it appears that Mistman does not wear pants. At least he might wear a shirt, maybe a hat, but no pants. Is this the bed? This looks uncomfortable. This can't be easy to sleep on. Truly punishing. Very rude. Again, do better. Question for the heavier drinkers in chat. Have you ever enjoyed the flavor of something until you had too much of it one night and then killed it for yourself for a long time? Forever? Or for a while? You couldn't go back to it because you almost died having too much, or just a bad experience? You were worshipping the porcelain god for most of a night. You go, oof, not that one. And every time you smell it, you remember that night the Reaper was watching you through the mosaic bathroom window, going, go back out there, do one more shot. It was vodka if it's cheap. Vodka if it's cheap, to me, immediately tastes like a bad time. Well before any of the effects land, just the memories of parties where it was really just vodka. Vodka and 20 different mixers of your choice. Go and find the thing that you want to mask this with. But you can always taste the underlying pop-up or whatever. Yeah. For me, though, it was gin. I had one night where I maybe was close to alcohol poisoning. It's hard to say. And the vast majority of that was gin. And, yeah, it was every time I smelled gin, the Reaper was out of just out of peripheral vision. I could see him. If I turned my head real fast, he would disappear. Well, here's where you can meet up with Catherine. Then she goes back in and hides in there, so it's all cohesive. Of course, it's all in Unreal, so naturally it's easy to make these areas all connective in some way. Is this the camera we were looking at her through too? Yep. Yep, there it is. I'm honestly amazed there aren't more, but that's the only one where a taste in. I'm like, nope. Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay, this, we don't have to solve for this, I believe, but this looks like it has a similar, oh, yeah. Just like the original. I remember. She breaks them, so there's no more lock mechanism. Now it's just the white button. Should call the elevator, I believe. Tequila holds a place in my troublesome side. I can get angry or naked, but most of the time it's just another booth. I have a friend who, it doesn't matter what he drinks. He gets naked often enough that we all just shrug and laugh when he starts drinking, because everybody's gonna see him again. We all, at this point, just know what he's like as a fully nude person. There are a few people in this world that I know had, you know, top of the head hairs to the sole of their feet, naked, well, and this guy is one of them. Without my real consent. He just is. But it's funny. The music sounds... Oh, right. We have to go all the way up there to turn this one off. The music sounds like there's a small sense of urgency. There's a bit of dark energy to it. But it's not too ominous. I guess I feel like it could be darker. It could be more... I can't remember which one this one is. It is the vertical opening eye at the dot, right? That one. We get it? We got it. We got it in one. Well done. It's both general ambiance for the game itself, but also a little bit of disturbing. Feels just as easily as if it would just be something the tribes people would play, as it does have a sense of, if you don't hurry, if you don't get this game resolved, if you don't get Atris, these villagers will stop hiding in their little hives, and you may have a big problem on your hands. We'll see. Let me out. Let me out. Alright, we're out. I feel like part of me should have waited until the end of the stream to say anything about because I feel like everyone is probably listening that much more intently to my word choice to see, is he gonna do more is this true that he doesn't when he's his authentic self? Am I gonna hear, if I listen to every word he says, will I hear an come through again? Will he mess up and get mad at himself? And so I'm thinking about what you all might be thinking in this meta game of streaming and talking at the same time. I give myself grace. I am an incredibly sleep-deprived person. I know it. I know what I do with my time and productivity and trying to build a better financial and professional future for me and my family. And the stressors that puts on my brain means I definitely don't run at all cylinders firing as much as I would like to. I know my brain is compromised. I'm not flowers for Algernon or anything, but I've had seasons of my life where I've been more cogent, more put together. And so if so much as a little here or there slips out, that's okay with me. I will forgive myself. I'll forgive myself and drink until I'm naked. I don't think I've ever tried to strip when drunk, though. Because I've had blackout moments, I can't be 100% sure that I've never tried. It would probably be part of a story, though. Somebody probably would have said, whoa, that was a lot of fun last night. You showed everybody everything. Do a new save here. Let's do a new save. We haven't done that many save slots. Let's go crazy. We've got 3 now. I think we're about to beat the game, to be honest. Only an hour and a half into stream. I think we're gonna beat this. I've become more limited, but not more expanded? I don't know what that means. It'd be nice to see the opposite, where you're less limited, but not, but more. Whoa. I forgot these things happen. Do the earthquakes only happen on the main island? I feel like we started the game and I had long monologues just looking out over this cliff, talking to you all, and the earthquakes kept coming, kept distracting me, but then as soon as you get to the next island, forget which one was next. I don't think it was that one. I think you go backwards to that one first somehow. Well, it felt like there were other problems with Riven as a whole, but not earthquakes. Why just this one? Because it's got the rift cap here, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand limited or expanded. Those are vague to me. Okay. This has to be powered. We know how to power it. We have the solution. Oh, do we? I typed it down somewhere. Oh no. I didn't type it down somewhere, did I? Oh. Maybe I didn't save it. It's 10 digits and I didn't save. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I remember. The notebook here. Hit. Oh. 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 This is the solution. I screenshot the actual solution. Well, I can write this down because I'm trying to make sure that I don't have to look at this for every single number. That would be super annoying, right? who knows their numbers really well. Whoops. That was tab, not space. My bad. A virtual cookie to the first person in chat. No, I think that's not fair. Tara is like, boom, it's this. Probably all too easy. Oh, did I do it here? Oh, I did it all here. 10, 7, 5, 5. All too quick and easy. That's not a 7. That's an 8. I wrote that down wrong. I remember having to fix it too. My blackouts, for one, are limitation after my surgery post-stroke. Oh, true. Flowers for Algernon. He becomes more intelligent after his procedure. I don't remember entirely how the story went. I thought all I remember is a story where somebody was smart that gets less and less so in awful first person writing, makes it very sorrowful. Does he get better at the end? I thought it was a tragedy. I can read those just fine. Nerd. Just kidding. Good. Did I leave this one switched for some reason? Trying to remember why I would. 2, 6, 1, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10, 8, 5, 5. Something's wonky. 2, 6, 1, 8, 9, 10, 8, 5, 5. I'm a full-on nerd, yes. I never say nerd in a derogatory way. I would never. I pursue knowledge. I laud the pursuit of knowledge. I want everybody in my community to want to better themselves with knowledge and information all the time. Course correct themselves, allow themselves to be corrected when they're wrong, enjoy the art of learning or relearning stuff, and in which case nerd is very endearing in my eyes. A cycle of life story, but yes, he becomes more intelligent post-procedure. Is it that he turns... I don't remember when the procedure happened, I guess is what I mean. I felt like I remembered the story of he wasn't smart. He gets a procedure. He gets super smart. He then declines back to dumb. Story's over with him being dumb as rocks. But was there a procedure at the end that was like, we're so sorry you're dumb. Here's something to make you smart again? The end, happy ending. For some reason, I don't remember it being happy. I remembered it being tragically dumb. Which would, honestly, to me, is like a horror story. There are many ways I wouldn't want to die. There are many ways I wouldn't want to not die and have to keep living. And one of those ways that scares me very much about living is living with an impairment to my capacity for higher reasoning and thought. My smarts going for some reason. Dementia, Alzheimer's, losing memories, losing ability to reason, critically think, freaks me out. And hope that I hope it never happens to anybody. I hope we find cures for that kind of stuff. Just say, you know what? That, not a problem. We fixed that for humans. Now you can die of something else. Just not that one. I think that last 8 should be a 7. Oh. Oh, I took a screenshot where I entered it wrong. And then somebody said, your notes said 7. I knew there was a disparity with the third to last digit. But me looking at it a week later, I thought my note was wrong and the screenshot was right. What it was the screenshot was wrong and the note was right. Somebody said the 8 needed to be a 7. Probably you, Tara. And this just needs to be moved. 1. I was referring to the up before the decline. Oh, yeah. My brain is the one I'm the most worried about, too. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Okay. Not 8, but 7. Here we go. Now we play a very easy crane game. Very strange crane game. Easy nonetheless. Just forget that it's able to go so low. I don't want it that low. That's how low. That was me, yes. It sounds like it would be you. Clink. Is it not going to clink? Oh. Maybe there's a middle setting you can only get once you get this far. It stops there because you've gotten this close. So it forces you to jockey back and forth with the controls a bit. Ready? We're gonna see a pretty epic happy ending here. It's probably gonna be the same as the original, but it would be really lovely if they threw in some extras like, hey, it's the remake, here's, you know, bonus things that you didn't expect to see. We filled out the ending a skosh more. We'll find out. We'll find out. Y'all ready for this? Go! Oh yeah. Rip and tear. Here we are. I cannot move. The Steam is such a cop-out. Wipe to white to give us a cutscene. Ah, it's so bright. I have 5 lights in this room and none of them are as bright as this monitor when it goes fade to white. Oh boy. When the metal floor starts bending like that, you know we're in for it. And the monolith dagger. Hello? Please? Sky Daddy? There he is. Does he load beard first? Did you see that? Floating beard. And then the rest of him. Hey, beard.
There isn't much time.
There
Where's
is.
Catherine?
I don't know.
Where's the book?
I
I
don't.
don't understand.
Oh, good. She's right there. Oh, I did something right.
The villagers are safely in the rebel age. I thank you.
Cool.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for.
Where are his teeth?
Given me back my life.
Where are all his teeth?
The path home is now clear.
Oh, I saw some. I saw some. Never mind. I thought maybe he gave Catherine all of his teeth. And that's why she has twice the amount of teeth than a normal human. All right, you two. Lovebirds. Okay, well,
This
she's
is where
gone.
our paths must part.
No. No.
Perhaps we'll meet again someday.
Perhaps I'll be a really bad babysitter.
You know where to find me.
Yeah. But you're making the book... You're making the book fall into the rift?
Goodbye, my friend.
So, can I really find you? It said panting. Didn't it? Just for a second? The path home is now clear. Give Atris back his life. Am I going to New Mexico? Oh, goodbye. It's an eye with a slit iris, just like in the visions of the Riven knees. That's why they do all the eye imagery. Because it
Now I understand.
started as a dot
Endings and beginnings are within the fissure.
and it's spinning.
Riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge.
It's symbolism.
And though I'm unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my mist book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend.
We'll
The
see.
age of Riven has come to a close, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest,
Why am I coming back?
understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
It looks like I'm getting closer to it again. Maybe not. I think it's just an optical illusion. But do you see the eye spins, and so sometimes the slit's vertical, sometimes it's horizontal, and it's round. It's all one thing. Did that loading screen take us to the credits? It did. Hey, all right. So, what'd you think? Worth? I think worth. I had more fun in what I believe was my least favorite Myst game so far. I had more fun playing this version than every other Myst game. That's impressive. They did a great job. I even played the real Myst Masterpiece version of the first game, which was good. It was good. It still had problems. It had Myst-like problems. They didn't remake any of the puzzles according to Oz. I wouldn't know. I never played the original 1993 Myst. But playing the new version at least granted me 3D worlds, full movement instead of clicking through screens. It was nice. It might have been a contributor to why I didn't like Riven, because Riven felt like such a backwards step from real Myst to the original Riven. But the puzzles in every Myst game, even the good one, number 3, that I feel is the best one so far. Every Myst game has bad puzzles. Riven 3 happens to also have good puzzles, but many of the puzzles across many of the games are not good. The lore is so good. The world building, the art, nice. The soundscapes, great. The puzzles are not great. I'm surprised people consider the Myst series a puzzle series. But getting to this remake, every puzzle was good. I don't believe there was a puzzle, even though I needed a couple hints during the game. I don't believe there was a puzzle that once I knew what the answer was, that I was upset, that I was able to complain about how, oh, hey, huh, oh, it's just the intro screen. Okay. Here I thought maybe something else after the credits, because we got the good ending, but it was just back to the beginning again. Yeah. Well, that was only 2 hours of content in a 5-hour stream. That's good. I really enjoyed it. The puzzles in a puzzle game, making the assumption that you would call the Myst series puzzle. I would almost be tempted to call them Easter egg hunt games. Not pixel hunt per se. I think pixel hunt games aren't always down to the pixel. I think that's just a frustration title. But the Myst games have a lot of Easter egg hunting to them, and that's the vast majority of what you do. When there are components to some of the, I'd say predominantly it's go and find things, hide. We've delicately hidden things in this world, sometimes with big bullshittery, sometimes more overt. That's number one, what the Myst series of games does. Number two is they do fuck around and find out puzzles. These are just brute forces. To me, that's not very puzzly. It's just play around with all of the tools, try everything, write everything down. You'll eventually get it if you pull every lever and touch every button. You'll find the information that you're missing as long as you keep messing with it. That's not puzzle. I think it just feels like science experiment. So Easter egg hunt, then science experiment, then a lore game, because there's significant lore once you do those first two things. You do Easter egg hunts, you do a lot of science, and then you get most of the lore. Then fourth on the list are puzzles, actual puzzles. I wouldn't say I really enjoyed every puzzle in the game, but if I did enjoy any puzzle, they would be all of them from this Riven remake, and then Myst 3 Amateria, and then the rest of the Myst games. I do have a soft spot in my heart for the linguistics puzzle at the end of 3 as well. Yeah. This one was really good. I had a really nice time. So what's next? Uru 5, Chants of Sennaar. I want to start a new game. I don't want to start a new game in a stream that's already dedicated to the end of one game. I had been doing that historically. I had no problem doing it. I feel like it's a bit frustrating for people who are trying to find the beginning of one specific game in a franchise. So tonight I might just switch to something else to do for the remainder of the time. But that's a good question on what comes next. Uru was dependent on how hot it is where you are and how long your hiatus needed to be. So maybe we need to chat in DMs to figure out the scheduling of that. If so, maybe we do a bit of skipping around, or something like Chants of Sennaar, something other than the Myst franchise to buy time to make it happen. You could always try the Wonkavator. True. True. Do I have a Minecraft thingy set up? Might do that next stream. If between tonight and tomorrow I don't have a Minecraft scene set up, then hold me accountable. I'll do it for sure. Maybe on stream. It's a lot to get it set up these days because I'll have to get the landscape and the portrait version both up and running, and I do not currently. So I don't want to just start creating a brand new scene from nowhere to make that happen tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It's over 100 here most days right now. Awful. Worst state in the union, maybe. That's saying a lot. There's some bad states in this country, but everything I learn about Texas these last few days makes me happy that our coin flip decision at the end did not land us in Texas. My only regret is it could have put me significantly closer to Nico and that would have been fun and nice. Won't be reasonable temps for streaming till late September, maybe October. That also brings into question the concept of creepy streaming. It's been something on my mind for this year. I haven't prioritized doing Halloweeny, spooky stream content for a year or two even. Don't remember what we did last year, and I super don't remember what we did 2 years ago. But I have creepy games in my library that we haven't touched. I usually wait until it's closer to creepy time of year. I don't know what that is anymore with Christmas hopping up on shelves in September in some stores, and Thanksgiving all but a blip on some places' shelves. When is too early for creepy October stuff to happen? Is August too early? Is September better? Is summer fine? Summer's always so hot and bright. It feels weird to have creepy stuff, but horror knows no season. Maybe it's fine. You won't recognize the place when you arrive. Ooh, you've made a lot of adjustments, have you? It'll be fun for me to watch whenever that is. Excellent. What we might do is I've been slowly working my Final Fantasy XIV character up to snuff. I am an omni job character, and I can't do the main story without Oz. It's a contract we've signed in blood, and we keep the blood in little vials around our necks. It's a really cute way to bond with your partner. I'm just kidding. We don't do any of that. That's gross. Somebody did. Vials of blood and contracts written in blood was a Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie thing when they were an item. It's weird. But it happened, as I understand it. What we might do is go into 14, play some of the crafting and gathering side quest stuff to level up my variety of jobs, and just hang and chat and chill. I'd say end of September. Places here have started busting out pumpkin spice already, and I hate it. My only fear waiting until end of September is having Wednesdays protected as discourse nights means only Saturday and Sunday for streaming horror and spooky games, and I have a lot. So if I don't start early, I might not get through them all, and we might be playing horror games through December or just waiting until next year to play some. Not sure. It was them, yes. Wait, what was them? If I were to pull up Final Fantasy, I need to make some adjustments here. So I have a game to play. I was impressed from beginning to end, although I will say, as far as Riven goes, my level of impressedness, the wow factor to the game started to dwindle. It was better at the beginning. It was so different at the beginning that I was beside myself with all of the differences. The further along the game went, the less different the game felt, and the more just seemed like I was playing not just the original Riven again, but also the puzzles felt the same. The pathing felt the same. Nothing really felt so different at some point. And all the wow factor, the reason why it was so interesting, because it looked like they reworked every puzzle, changed every path, to see that dwindle off and peter out by the time you're already invested in playing through and getting to the ending. Felt kind of like a bait and switch. Oh, it was them. Gotcha. Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie with the weird blood vials. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. Okay. This one. Oh my transition died. That's my computer saying, "What are you doing with all of your RAM?" There are some relationships in Hollywood that are just wholesome and nice. And then there are many that just make you question what it was that made them so strange, so weird, so different from everybody else. Maybe that's the factor that gets them famous, is off camera there's something divergent from everyone else. That's some weird stuff to do in a relationship. And I've done some weird stuff. Okay. I feel to some degree, I'll throw Final Fantasy under the same bus that I just threw the Riven remake. The further you get in this game, you start to feel a little bit of sameness about the content as well. The things that you do start to feel like they're of the same formula as the previous expansion. And they're enterprising on the fact that because those were popular and sold well and the people enjoyed them, that what you would like a whole lot, so much that you'll keep playing the game, is more of the stuff that you've already vouched for, that you said you liked. You played through and you've decided you like it. How about some more? And it feels a bit sad and empty to keep going through the motions and doing the same types of content with different stories and NPCs, but the maneuvers in the game haven't changed. What keeps me going, though, why I still stay in this game, is twofold. Number one, I like playing with people that I know, and I don't like a lot of the multiplayer games my friends choose to play, but this is one that we all agree we have a lot of fun doing. And two, the main story, the quest line of the world where you are the big damn hero, is one of the best in a game that I've ever played. One of the best out of single player games I've ever played, and it's not. And certainly the best MMO storyline out of all the MMOs I played, and I spent an unfortunate number of years across many different MMOs playing through their stories, leveling up characters, and then abandoning all of my progress to go join some other RPG farther down the road.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
That's why I dislike MMOs. You should try NMS. What is NMS? Hi, Oz. I am on Final Fantasy 14. I see that you are as well. And congrats on 140 5 streams in a row. I can't not keep congratulating you because the number keeps getting higher and it's insane. If you're not following Oz, do yourself a favor.
You got hair in your mouth, Luna.
Join for stuff like
Hair
this.
all up in your mouth.
I want you inside me, mother. What?
Ew.
That was the most adorable ew.
That was the best ew. I need that as a soundbite.
Ew.
Yes.
Yes, hold on.
Yes, please.
Give me a countdown.
Was that the
3,
origin of the
2,
ew?
1.
Cute. No Man's Sky. I played it a long time ago. Is it? It's super different now, right? When I played it, you were a single person traveling through the cosmos in your ship, slowly meeting new planets and creatures, walking through very empty, vapid, procedurally generated areas, gathering stuff so you could incrementally build up all of your stuff, and nobody else was there. It felt so isolating. I felt a sense of despair. It sells exploration, crafting, and survival, but there's a lot to it too now. It's not empty now. Interesting. I'll have to come back to it. Did you want to Final Fantasy together? Sure. We could do that. I don't recognize where you are. This is an area that is later than where you are, I think. It's just a place where me and all my elephant friends hang out on a Saturday night. This is how we do. Let me see if I can pop in on Oz if she's in her. She's not. She's now in my Discord. Let's say hi.
Well, thank you all for hanging out and, you know, having awesome conversation about just life stuff.
Your face is an awesome conversation.
Ew. Yeah. I'll be right back.
Did I scare her off? Magna, hello and welcome. Ask Oz if you can come be my platonic big spoon for an hour or so. I could see that working out. It's a little far. We'll have to work on the travel logistics. Well, I cruise by to say hi if you get someplace I know. Okay. Do you want to update your Twitch game category? You're right. I probably should. How do we do this across multiple games?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just updating.
Will you stop kissing everything?
What? Are we playing Final Fantasy together?
Yeah, but I'm tired of being like seen.
I see.
I'm so freaking tired right now. And I'm quickly running out of spoons.
Yeah. I hear ya.
I pushed myself way too hard today.
Can you do me a favor while I update stream information?
What's that?
Can you please give shout outs to Magna Lupus?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Sure. I probably shouldn't call this a first playthrough since we're this far in the game.
Blackpink in my area. Blackpink in my area. Blackpink in my area. Blackpink in my area.
Ah.
Blackpink in your area. Blackpink in your area. Blackpink in your area. Blackpink in your area.
What on earth was that? I have to wait an entire hour to give somebody a shout out through the Twitch interface. That doesn't make any sense. Why an entire hour? Well, good to know, I guess. Are we doing MSQ content on stream, or are we doing other stuff like roulettes?
I don't mind doing either one because this is now your show.
Okay, let's do roulettes, because I didn't have spoiler tags up or anything for folks that might be watching that don't want to be completely walked through an expansion that they might not be at or anywhere near. That was me falling for Pseudo Boys trolling. Got it. Somebody got me pretty good. Oh, yeah. It was Shep. It was one of the very first nights that we met Weehaw, who sends his regards. He's been busy. And Weehaw spent half the stream trying to get me to say silly trolly things like Ligma sort of level of jokes, you know what I mean? Silly, goofy, we knew exactly what he was doing every time. I called him out on every attempt, and it was just the same person, so I knew every time he brought up something, be like, okay, I know you're gonna try to troll me again. And one of the easiest ways to turn my defenses off is to talk about linguistics, since I studied linguistics at university. And Shep, out of nowhere seemingly, is asking me for a translation for something in Spanish. And I give her a translation, and I don't even remember what the trolling attempt was now. Somebody must have clipped it though. But whatever it was, I translated into Spanish, and she immediately turned it into a these nuts kind of joke of some sort.
Nice.
Completely out of left field. It was almost like Weehaw was the set and she was the spike coming out of left, or like, you know, you have a distracting person while somebody else is like rummaging through your purse like a two thief bait and switch. Is this Dawn Trail? We are not doing Dawn Trail content for fear that we might lose some folks who play this game but do not have or are not at the nearest expansion yet. So we will do older stuff in the meantime. Oz and I are both working our way through early level Dawn Trail. If I stream it, I will stream it with a spoiler tag for people to know if you're playing this game. We will not spoil it for you. The most recent expansion, but tonight we hadn't planned to be on this together. This wasn't part of the stream plan. I just beat the last game that we were playing.
How was it?
I liked the Riven remake from beginning to end. It was thoroughly solid, entertaining, control scheme great, puzzles great, story great, soundscape, everything. The 3D models were okay if you had never seen the live actors. I miss the live actors because I'm playing this with knowledge of first Riven. So I wish they could come back somehow. Higher quality, older maybe, but that's fine. I don't care if an older cast plays the same characters. The only real regret, the one thing I would say negative about the game is the big changes to the storyline, the pathing, and the puzzles were all near the beginning of the game.
Gotcha.
The farther you go, the less divergent it feels, the less like a remake it feels. And I don't want to say too much more because I feel like you'll play it. That you would like to play it and want to play it. But I wished it was as wildly different from beginning to end, and I feel like it petered out.
Gotcha.
While still being a good game. Yeah. Armand, hello and welcome. I just don't recognize this zone. This is a later zone, just not as late as Dawn Trail. With Mist and Riven, I'd say older cast makes more sense, even if they have to rewrite some details. Honestly, I know Rand has said, I don't know. I've listened to other people talk about this. Bless you. Everybody gets one.
Okay.
I've heard some I've heard somebody in stream before claim that Rand doesn't want to be on camera or even doing voices. The talent side of things was not for him, and he was just didn't want to go in that direction with his career. So twisting his arm to make it happen might not be to his wishes, but I think it would be so happy making to the fans. I wish he would reconsider and do it anyway. I don't know if they would be able to procure the same actress for Catherine. Hasn't the Catherine actress changed from game to game a wee bit?
I mean,
I don't know if they've used the same Catherine or not. I'm sure if they found one or even had to start anew, people would be forgiving as long as whoever it was did a great job. It would be nice to have live actors, especially not to really be an homage to the original Riven. They don't need to, but to at least pay homage to Savidro. He was one of the best things that happened to the Mist franchise ever. He was fantastic. So why not acknowledge that by bringing back live action instead of the 3D rendered people? A couple of the Riven actors have died, including Gen. Oh, well, that does put a damper on things. I'm not familiar myself. I'm just going off of 20-ish year old memories. My memories of Myst start in 2024. These were first playthroughs for me entirely. If any of you are interested in seeing the entirety of what we've played so far as Mists, thank you for the follow. Nice to have you in my community of fledglings, as well as the greater. We've all enjoyed your company and presence, so
yes.
Thanks for agreeing to also be a part of this one. For anybody that wants to see the whole Myst series played through so far, for somebody playing through them in 2024 for the very first time, everything's up on YouTube. And if you're not interested, go to my YouTube channel anyway and help me get watch hours, because this year is probably the year I get partner if everybody continues to watch my stuff and contribute. And watch hours giving is something you do for the cost of having a device on YouTube.
Also, Armand, I will take this blame, and Tro, I will also take this blame.
Catherine has been a different actress in every game there's been a Catherine? Jeez. I thought Monkey Island was bad with Elaine. Although they did get Elaine back on several... I might have just been the PlayStation one that I was really upset at, that they would possibly replace her with somebody else. And an American nonetheless, which is just rude. I did prefer the... definitely prefer the original FMVs. Me too. Me too. I think I prefer Cartoon Gen with his original audio over a new FMV actor. I think so too. I probably would feel a little bit ick with a different actor replacing Gen. Gotta do what you gotta do. Dumbledore was replaced. Gen could be replaced, but I wouldn't want it. It's not the best way to solve the puzzle. Anyway, what are we doing? Roulettes?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say we could do. I'm down for like 1 or 2 roulettes, and then I would really like to like call it.
Okay. I'll let you choose the roulettes in question then.
Are you ready?
Depends. What are you doing?
High level dungeon.
No, what job are you going as?
Dancer.
Yes, I am ready. Probably shouldn't have been Astro. Probably should have been something else I wanted to level. Machika, hi and welcome. I will switch after this, so I don't out-level your summoner. I like the aesthetic of this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's so gross.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's pulling a lot. He's got a lot of faith in me. Wow. Why must he be so poisoned? Alright, you guys made swift work. Very Nausicaa the early years. I could see that. Where did I put these buttons? Barrier. Hit point recovery. Uh-oh. I didn't aggro something, you aggroed something. Oh my. My current nickname came from Troa. Oof. Oh, right. I remember we had this conversation. Mist is part of a weird nostalgia hole for me. Nostalgia hole? Ew. It was the same time I got into MechWarrior 3 or 4, Gundam Wing, and the Sword of Truth book series. That's a lot. Sadly, MechWarrior was only on a relative's laptop who visited a few times a year, so I stuck with my Command and Conquer obsession until I got my own computer and started collecting games. I heard great things. It's a era of gaming I did not get into.
Command and Conquer was huge in my household to the point where my dad ended up making maps for Command and Conquer and actually was invited to be part of a mod for that game.
That's awesome. Right, Troa Barton. I forgot I changed my whole control scheme for Astro, so I'm struggling a wee bit. Oh my, look at all that poison on you.
I know, right?
Where are you? Why are you still dying?
Because I'm still poisoned.
I'm trying. Heavy arms is probably my favorite, but they're all special. Good old Command and Conquer 64 got me into strategy games big time. 64? Is there one for is it the N64?
I don't remember there being one for N64, but maybe I just missed out because I was just PC all the way at some point. Like I had N64 games, but if it was already on PC, I'm like, why would I play it on N64? That's gonna take a step down.
Yeah. Oh. No.
I'm dead.
I know. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Command and Conquer. People don't get the joke. Nuclear launch detected when you microwave food.
Yeah.
Kids these days. Just kidding. I don't get that either. So, wait, why is this guy not targetable? Oh, I just had to bitch about the drop rate. It actually had 3D graphics, much better than the 2D PC version too, but the maps were tiny. Oh.
Interesting. Huh.
That's kind of cool though.
Yeah.
This guy's doing a lot of spinning of the boss. Good thing we're not melee.
Yeah, but it's still really frustrating when I have an AoE.
I see you, Rico. Give me a sec. Just want to make sure nobody was going to die. Oh, wait. That's all old text. My bad. I still see you, Rico. Hi. You're looking lovely tonight. The FMVs were ultra compressed, if I recall. They had so many things, had to fit so many things on that cartridge. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they had the expansion pack as soon as Donkey Kong came out.
Right.
They gave it just like a little bit extra memory, enough to where they were like, oh, here's the entire game. We can actually run it now.
Yeah. Old Command and Conquer, Apex Civilization allowed you to launch a nuke. There's a voice which was rare, StarCraft 1 and 2 time frame, that said nuclear launch detected when you were about to fry. Oh no.
Yeah, it was basically, oh man, I'm fucked.
Yeah. This feels different. I don't remember these mage stones. Like, I wonder if the lore of the dungeon is different.
me wonder though.
Ooh, Armand stuck behind 5 ads.
Ew. I mean, I am too.
Oh, right, the gates. I do not remember anything about how to manage these. I just remember this fight being particularly epic for this low of a level. Must we?
Obviously.
Meow. Jerk. Did the gates even matter, or are we just... Uh-oh. Frozen. Or asleep. Looks like we're just brute forcing it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's something you do with them.
Yeah.
I don't remember the ad alert popping up to just tune it out. I think so, because I saw it come up, I think. Now I'm doubting myself, since you're doubting yourself. Welcome back, Armand. I live again. I mean, I'm live again. You're live? Oh, are you streaming, watching me? I've seen Stranger Things. I watched somebody who wanted to like flirt with a big streamer, stream him streaming, and her audience telling her you should go in and say hi, and then she went in and just like gooned all over the place. It was really pathetic. It's a bad look.
All right, I think that's honestly probably about as much as I have in me right now.
Okay, that's fair.
I am pooped.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the one romp.
Yeah. I hope you have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you. I hope you have a good D-stream and sleep so that tomorrow is easy and fun.
Same.
Tro says hugs for Oz. I agree.
Thanks. I'm gonna go lay down in bed and probably watch some 6 Feet Under on my phone and then pass out.
Sounds good.
All right. Good night.
Have a good night. Alright, I should probably have this up so I know which button I have to hit. And it was all yellow. I think you only have to use... You get red, yellow, and blue every time you man this cart. But you don't always use all 3 colors. In this one, you only use yellow. For whatever reason. On a strange note, I didn't think I was going to talk about tonight. Have you ever watched the music video for the song Yellow by Coldplay? I really like music videos. To preface, I'm making this into a whole story. Ever since back when music was made into music videos and cable devoted a few channels to it, You had your MTVs, your VH1s, the whole shebang. I was addicted. I've always loved music, dancing in concerts when I was like a little toddler, playing instruments, eventually becoming a professional musician myself in a few different bands. Just a big fan of lots of different types of music. I've been and seen a lot of concerts of music genres that I don't even really follow, just to get the vibe and see the crowds and experience it all. I really enjoy music. Is this one of them? This is sack of kitchen scraps. Oh, right. I have to dismount. And Coldplay is one of those bands that I thought I liked when I first heard them. I bought their first album, and it was so sleepy for me at the time. I couldn't stick with them. I thought maybe when I'm older, I'll like softer, quieter music. I'll come back and I'll listen to my old Coldplay album and be happy. But so far, my tastes in music have only gotten harder and darker. Not harder. I like some quiet, some slower and not quite so loud stuff. But, oh, not this one. But I really like darker and darker music lately. And Coldplay just doesn't fit my current listening standards. However, when I saw the video for Yellow, I was thoroughly blown away. Probably got a buddy who was into Coldplay. I was more into performing music rather than going to concerts. 100%, me too. I think I don't like as many other people's music, especially in a totality sense. I'm not a fan of any one artist to the point where I would get all of their music, because nobody makes all music I like. They eventually diverge, or they stay too much the same. And then why would I buy your fifth album if it sounds like your first album? Like you're not growing or learning anything as an artist. What kind of music do you perform? Did band in school for 7 years. What did you play? I only ever did like rock band instrumentation. I can play a little bit of keys, but I excel at electric guitar, pretty good at bass. I played kit for a band. I auditioned for another that I didn't get into. I was a drummer, and I've been a front man for 3 different acts that played throughout LA and Orange County back when we lived in Southern California. That's me. I bought like 5 Dragon Force albums after Guitar Hero came out. Dragon Force is a force to be reckoned with, a force of nature. I don't perform anything anymore, but I did teach myself 13 instruments. Dang, amazing. I assume not all just in one, couldn't be just in one section. There aren't 13 instruments to learn, are there? We'd be able to learn like 13 woodwinds. What all did you learn? Woodwinds, brass, percussion? How far down the rabbit hole did you go? How diverse did you go? That sounds like a nightmare in memorizing fingerings and embouchures and the whole shebang. Unless you stuck with one for a while and, you know, you weren't like bouncing around back and forth. All right. Let's go do gathering next. I'm not in the right place. There we are. Flute, trombone, impressive. Saxophone, tenor and baritone, impressive. Quad marching drums, quad. You put yourself to a challenge. You don't just go half-assed to any of these. Violin / fiddle, jeez. Oboe, piano. Do you play anything easy? Or do you just look for whatever's hard and say, I'm gonna add that to my repertoire? That's an impressive set of skills. Baritone, wait, baritone what? Tuba, guitar, and a few others I don't recall. I don't blame you at that point. That's like me in languages. At some point when you start to add them all together, you're like, wait, did I say this one already? Or like, wait, what's going on? Get confused with your own life accomplishments at some point. Amazing. Good stuff. Let me go in here for one thing. So the Coldplay thing, the reason I brought this up, can I play music videos on, I feel like I'm good. If I play this music video, I'm going to break TOS. YouTube and, well, okay. So those of you that don't know, or you're here for the first time watching, I stream across 4 platforms all at the same time. So we're live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram, and on Kick. 4 different platforms at the same time. I have to follow 4 different terms of service for the most part, to make sure that I am on the up and up. Taste of Sea. I can probably do it here, can't I? And so it makes me a little bit nervous to do stuff, especially involving music, because I feel like music's one of those things where they look to strike people faster than almost anything else. Usually, like music and movies. But go watch Yellow by Coldplay. It's the thing of it is that it's an incredibly minimalist music video. It might be one of the most minimalist music videos I've ever seen. And after watching it, or maybe watching 3 minutes in, I had this idea of like, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing watching this music video. I don't even really like Coldplay that much, is what I was saying to myself. And I'm not appreciating how minimal it was until the end, and I realized something really subtle and insidiously smart that they did. That subtle and insidiously smart thing that they did, I'm gonna spoil it for you because you're gonna watch it anyways, so it's like I might as well give this thing to you. It's literally just the lead singer, I can't remember his name, just the lead singer walking toward the camera, singing his lyrics at the camera, you know, in a very like soul, like it's so wholesome to see somebody like him. He doesn't dress up in costumes, he doesn't wear makeup or have weird hair. He's just like some bloke, right? And he's just staring at the camera, talking about, you know, he's doing it all for you, and he loves you, and sort of thing. Right at the camera, very sweet, very Ed Sheeran levels of wholesome. And he's walking down a beach. When the music video starts, it's like, have you ever been to the beach well before the sun comes up? And it's like everything's bathed in kind of blue. It's kind of chilly, actually. And you're not quite sure what you're doing awake at this hour, but being out at the beach felt wholesome and feeding into some primal urge of yours to have a deeper connective moment with the universe and with nature. And so you go out and do it. And the air smells different that early. You have to wear more clothes, like a sweatshirt, where most people in the middle of the day at the beach just wear swim gear. Early morning, pre-sunrise beach has a vibe to it. And he's in that cold, dark beach environment, walking down the beach, walking alongside the water toward you, the camera. And the camera is pulling away the whole time. So he gets to walk to you, the entire length of the song is just him walking down the beach toward you, the camera. That's it. However, at the I will catch up with chat after I give you the twist. At the end of 4 minutes, or however long the song is, of him walking toward the camera then pans away from him and looks at the sun over the water, and it's like a ways up above the water. And in fact, when you pay attention to the video, you notice that the whole thing is lightening very quickly, so that in 4 minutes time you didn't notice it, especially the first time you watched the video, but by the end of the video you've watched 4 minutes of him walking down the beach, and it's gone from pre-sunset beach to maybe like 9 a.m. beach. What an interesting trick to do to an otherwise somewhat unremarkable song of a sleepy, sort of adult contemporary kind of band. What on earth would they even do with this song, as far as how would they portray it? This would never dawn on me. It's so weird and so good. It's so interesting that they would choose to do that. Anyway, I will catch up with chat. Trombone and baritone horn. Oh, it's a baritone horn. Okay. Didn't realize that was its own unique name. I don't know everything about that world of instruments, sad to say. Trombone and baritone horn were the easiest. Impressive. I've heard trombone can be hard for some people. I have the natural answer for it, or whatevs. Flute and piano were the ones I spent the most time on. Flute was my first and always. Ah, nice. Piano is my passion hobby outside of school. Get my own place again. I'll definitely set up a keyboard and use it to compose for the games I want to make. That sounds really cool. This one, where is this? Way up there. What sort of games are you looking to make? Did you do oboe after sax? How did you find the switch to double reeds? Oboe, yes, after sax was the most difficult. I couldn't finish 1 hour concerts with any quality. My lips or mouth are just too big, but after 3 years, I think I was pretty good at it. Nice. How many years did spans like all of these instruments all together? I think you said, actually, something like 13. No, there was 13 instruments. 7 years? 7 years? Did you do 13 instruments in 7 years? That seems so short. Crazy. Yeah. I'm told bassoon is actually a little easier to play. Start with oboe so you know how the reeds work, but then bassoon once you figure it out for an easier time. Interesting. I just looked outside. It's fucking wild out tonight and I can't hear a peep. Huh? Wild like how? Is there partying going on? Is there like a PNW Mardi Gras happening in mid-August? Oh, don't get the body bag. Let's get him. Oh, we do. Oh, it's a body bag to make him moist. Oh, okay. Humectant body bag. I haven't done this one yet. Oh, I guess we're taking him back with us. All right. It's fine by me. Weather. Wait, you have a big thunderstorm too? We're thunderstorm twins. Ours already passed. Weather here doesn't stay for very long. It flies by at really fast speeds. If you watch the clouds, low clouds move slow, but high clouds, especially the kind that would carry a thunderstorm, they move like they are late to something. So we never get big storms for too long unless it's like really, really wide, like spanning counties, large amounts of clouds. Otherwise, they just the wind whips everything by really fast. At least it's not that windy down here, or it'd be awful. We got lots of trees, lots of protection, but way up there, it feels extra windy. Over the whole weekend this time, so we got your echo. Yeah, it passed through me and then went straight to you somehow. Your first 3 years were just flute, then it got stolen and the school didn't have a spare. Oh, well, I guess that's one way to turn something really dark into a positive, but that's crazy. So I learned a new one every semester. Then I took jazz and symphonic alongside marching band and got to get some almost as good as my flute. I don't know. If somebody stole my guitar when I was learning guitar, I might feel so devastated that I wouldn't do another instrument for a while. You've got a lot of guts, a lot of I'm going to use a Finnish word. You can look it up. S-I-S-U. Sisu. Got a lot of sisu. It's really cool. It's thinking with portals. It's just a big portal at the edge of Georgia going zoop, 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 passing everything. All right. Those were done all too quick. We need the bunnies next. Very nice. Tell me about your interest in gaming, game design and development. What sort of things do you hope to accomplish? We've got a couple game designers, either folks who are starting small projects or just have aspirations toward that in this community. One, we even played one of his demo games on stream. I was nervous because it's like a resource management build civilizations kind of game, and I was like, if I don't get the rule set and the understanding of what the heck I'm doing pretty early, I'm going to be fumbling here, reading and rereading tutorials and pop-ups for different skills, and probably messing up really bad and losing really, really fast, because it's just such an... games like that are such an information dump. You know, just find somebody that doesn't play resource management games, because I don't too much. But I know some, like Settlers of Catan and stuff like that. This was similar, with a little bit of extra nuance to it, because it was a single player game based on like a browser based engine. But imagine finding somebody that doesn't play resource management at all. In fact, maybe not even a board gamer. And just imagine the time sink it would take to explain the basic how to win Settlers of Catan to them. That's what I feared starting this game. Like, okay, I don't have any idea what sort of things this particular person develops, what this is going to be like. I'm live streaming this for the first time. What if I look absolutely dumb because I can't grasp this kind of information while also trying to put on a show at the same time, and I just flail and look confused and frustrating? But to his credit, I nailed it pretty early on, the understanding of what to do and the give and take of how to play the game. There's a bit of like, you sacrifice this to get this. All made sense pretty quickly and without tutorials or too heavy reading to do. That's hard to do sometimes, is get to the simple so that you get a wider demographic playing your game, you know? But it did really well. The flash in the sky is what caught my attention. I absolutely love thunderstorms. They are my favorite type of weather. I would just stand out in them and absorb the ambiance just being out there if I could. I usually have too many other things I'm trying to do. Running this household takes a lot of hours. Hours working and hours choring and everything else. I don't do much for leisure. You know what I do for leisure? Sometimes I take almost twice as long in the bathroom just so I have a little bit of extra me time. If you have little kids, you know what I'm talking about. Just like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here a little bit longer and enjoy some peace with the door closed. Work time, gonna lurk. Might talk more in a bit depending on how busy it is. Enjoy your work. Thanks for watching me while you're working. I always feel like afraid I'm gonna get somebody in trouble. They're focused on me and the entertainment of the show instead of maybe not instead of, but in addition to trying to do work. Like, I love thunderstorms too. Loki needs snuggles immediately though. Aww. And Buddy thinks there's an attack, so he mans the boundaries. That's sweet. I feel bad. Feel bad for the poor critters that struggle with understanding everything that's going on and how to cope with it properly. But that's cute. I know I'm skipping through the stuff. It's just like that meme video we watched earlier on where one person skips through all of the quest dialogue. Here's the thing. These quests that you do for various animal races and stuff throughout the world, like all these quests are related to these bunnies up here. Every single quest you get up here is specifically for these bunnies' betterment. I've been doing these reputation. I've been doing these for Realm Reborn. Well, I guess not all of them yet. Heaven's Ward, moving through this. These ones are almost done. These ones are done. Still working on Vanu Vanu. Stormblood, these are all maxed out. Shadowbringers, all maxed out. Endwalker, these are getting close to maxed out. I've been doing this a long time, many years. The quests are all very similar to each other across different storylines. And once you've picked up one of the quests from the quest giver, it has a chance to come back as a repeat later on. So I flip through these kind of fast because I do find I'm getting the same quests day in and day out with some variants. It's like picking 3 from a pool of 15 or something. Are you going to see the same ones come up over and over? Yeah, you will. And I do. Okay, this guy needs occult paraphernalia. Oh my. See what I can do. This one has to be really high quality too. So we're gonna mess with the quality bar first. Crafting in this game is not hard, but it's not as hard as some games that have multi-stage, multi-tools, and different mini games that you wrap up into one final product. Maybe you play like 3 separate mini games to do it. This one really just has one. Use your resources to push 2 bars. The top bar is how finished the product is. You fill the bar, the product's done. The bottom bar is how good the product ends up. In some cases, they don't care. Some quests, you can just give them basement tier quality. They don't care. They just want you mass manufacturing. Quality can be 0. But this one requires high quality, so you bump up the bottom bar before you finish it. So you do have to do some micromanaging. It's better than a lot of crafting games. Than a lot of MMOs as far as crafting goes, but it's not the most nuanced. I clean rarely with interruption. Sometimes I have a few free minutes I can respond in. Otherwise, I just want something to listen to. I love that. I don't know if you popped in or lurked before on the stream. This is a very chatty community. People might be a little bit tired now because it's hitting 2 a.m. for our East Coasters. But I feel like this is a community that focuses almost more on the topics, conversations, and places we go with sometimes critical thinking and philosophy, challenging each other, research streams to some degree. So it's definitely a lot heavier on the audio quality of things than me just saying, oh, I think I'm going to go down this cave. I'm going to try to kill this guy. And I'm going to use this. Oh, we just got a new skill. Okay, well, I'm going to use this skill. It's much less the step-by-step playthrough of a game and more discussion of deeper points, which it's the community I wanted to build. I didn't really want to just be a game streamer. I wanted to be a reprogrammer of minds. And I mean, in that regard, sometimes we don't get a lot of progress in games, but if you wanted to watch a Let's Play, you could watch one with no dialogue. Just watch somebody with no camera and mic go through a game from beginning to end. But those aren't fun to listen to. So I exist here to create a different sort of service, I suppose, to the world. It's my ambitions. And to make it big. Because I think the value proposition that we offer is a strong one. And one that's important. Well, that's completely full. Good on us. Let's finish this. Cool. The best we could have possibly have made. I suppose it doesn't go to this guy though. Sunflower ghosts. Hi and welcome. I miss your face. How's everything in your side of the world? Side of the world? How's everything in your whole world? All of the world? I missed Ozzy's stream. Oh, did you join and then like, hey, I'll be right back, and then next thing you know, she's gone to bed? We had a really long day. Did you at least hear the why the day was long and why she's gone already? I can regale you on the story of what happened today. Hello. How's the fam been? Pretty good. We're still in. I don't know if you know the whole side story about what we've been facing since we moved to this state, but you can always ask Oz or myself in DMs. So that's still happening and still a stressor and a complexity on our lives. But the little and the tiny are doing really good. Little is, of course, code for the older one, tiny for the smaller one. The tiny is a lot less tiny now. Obviously, that happens over time. But the little just started kindergarten. She's loving school. She has a new best friend there, gets along with the teacher well, and is coming back and schooling us, teaching us new things, including manners that they expect of her that we don't in the household. So now we have kind of new standards of how to be polite in the house. Because if we don't, and our teacher does, that looks bad. So we're making sure to do certain things that maybe we didn't do because we're not the most polite people. The tiny is so sad that the little is at school all day and she's not. We did try to get her into a pre-K thing that's offered through the school that would be free. We can't afford another thing. But pre-K filled up with, they do a lottery. You just put your name in and then they fill up the class. And then you hear from them if you got in or not. We didn't get in, so we put ourselves on a wait list. But the wait list means like pre-K kids would have to cancel or not go or like leave the city or state or something to not attend. It's one thing for college students, but for preschoolers, like those families aren't gonna cancel, so we're still on the wait list, I guess, if something happens, but it has to happen to more than one family. We're not next on the list. So we're looking at enrolling her in something else, like an extracurricular thing that's not too expensive. There's like a little mom and pop dance academy that we might try that might not break the bank. Depends on how much they charge for material costs or something like that. Yeah, that's them. Moved to Texas. Oh, I'm so sorry. Had 3 poor job experiences. Oof. Struggling through classes a little bit, but taking steps one by one and just taking it one day at a time. To be honest, just trying to keep my mental health stable. 100% hear that. Good luck. Good luck. Also, when I joined stream, had just ended. Oh, you didn't see or hear anything. Lame. I love hearing how you two parent. We could definitely talk more about that. I keep it close-lipped, but I don't do that for protection. We already pretty good at not doxing anything, really. So maybe I just feel like, oh, I'm talking to a bunch of people that don't want to hear this kind of stuff. But then I hear you're not the first person to mention that. We ought to talk more about it. They're a significant part of our lives when we're not streaming, right? We don't parent out the window. We spend stupid amounts of time investing in their future. I wouldn't say stupid. We care. We care very much about them. And it's not like a personal thing. You know, I think some people parent to try to show their parents. Like, we're just trying to do better than, you know, what our parents did for us. Or we're just trying to give them the best experience because, you know, it was rough when we were kids. We're not trying to do compare and contrast. The little and the tiny get the parenting from us that they do because we love them and not because we're trying to win awards or pity about like how we were raised. It's not about that kind of stuff. Thank you. That's very sweet. I kind of miss pre-K, but man, was I a pain. Oh, I remember my parents almost getting sued. What? Because I peeled a wall at daycare, but the owner decided not to. Peeled? Like wallpaper, and you were just like, yoink, I don't like this. It was a first-time offense, and I was usually well-mannered and trouble-free, but man, did I get it when I got home. That's it. That's an interesting hobby to take up. I'm just gonna strip this wall down. To this day, I still want to peel walls sometimes. Hey, there's an aesthetic, right? There's this feel of, I mean, it's the same reason why people get sunburned and then peel that off, or like pick at a scab, or watch pimple popping videos on YouTube like Dr. Sandra Lee. DNAs are like our parents if we believe hard enough. If I've seen this said, so I apologize that I'm stealing this from somebody else, but I fucking like it, and so I kind of want to say it anyway. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it and own it. If anybody needs parents, we'll be your parents. If your parents suck ass and they're just like not inclusive, not connective, not understanding, not fully supportive of you for whatever stupid hang up they have, fuck them. We'll do it. We'll go ahead and be your parents instead. The world needs a lot better guidance and mentorship than just what you ended up getting stuck with, which wasn't even your decision. Like, they chose to make you. And so if they can't step up to that decision and do better, then we'll just take over. It's like, you know, when you have an assignment at a job and it's clear that, you know, they trusted the wrong person. They're like, you know what, we're just gonna have to give this to Susan over here. She's clearly better at this than you are. Sorry. We'll be that Susan. I don't know why I picked that name. Somebody watching this is like, he'd said my name. You say it because you know some people can relate to what you speak of when it comes to being parents. True. I want a parent so I can have well-mannered, well-behaved minions capable of being menaces. Honestly, I think we're accomplishing a similar goal. Our kiddos are really good kids, but could also be, we can activate them. We can do the wrong or right thing depending on what you want to say, and turn them into sleeper agents. The wall was peeling already and I couldn't rest during nap time, so I just grabbed a loose chunk and went to town. Oh, who could blame you? That's their fault. They clearly weren't keeping up with maintenance, so I don't blame them. I don't blame you, I mean. This look just won't do. Not enough snozberries, pretty much. Weren't the snozberry flavor, wasn't that part of a flavored wallpaper? I think you called it out. Kids are impressively quick though. I just remember how satisfying it felt. You can't leave a kid unattended for very long without, yeah, you absolutely have to check in. Especially nap time, because that's when kids are quiet. And when kids are quiet, they can get away with so much more. I got to leave this party. I miss that daycare style of beef with the door of splinters. Man, it sounds like somebody needed to actually come in and spend some money there to fix things up. You can tell when a place is like trying to be a turnkey operation and the cash just goes straight into the owner's pockets, because stuff like that happens. You have littles and you don't even care about the state of like walls and doors and things like that. You're bound to get yourselves in trouble. Is from Willy Wonka, but it's a hidden in movie dick joke. I heard that. It sounds conspiracy theory. I need to do some research to see if I believe it or not. I stayed getting splinters, honestly. But I remember the staff being pretty friendly and actually teaching us, but the place was pretty cheap and seemed like a refurbished building they found and tried to do something with. Weird. Kind of sketch. I wonder what your parents thought about it at the time. They're like, why does it look this way? I wonder if they're still open. Do some research. Figure them out. Not to interrupt, but after several false starts, I've decided on a short 5 to 7 stage side-scrolling shoot-'em-up made in Godot. Going to use it to learn and as a sort of prequel to a more involved project later. That sounds awesome. I like side-scrollers. Especially shoot-'em-ups. What kind of mythos are you looking to make that in? And also, it's not interrupting. I asked you a while ago. I was curious what you wanted to do. Yeah, I'm curious about your world build. Say dream bigger. With you? Oh, I think it needs to be a lowercase d, or it doesn't work. It's like, yeah. Case sensitive. As long as I was safe and cared for, they didn't really mind, especially since they grew up underprivileged and saw that they tried their best with what they had. I appreciate that. And not everybody has that same sort of insight that you just said. Sometimes it's good to kind of remember that framing. Where they came from and where they got to. Right? What's the whole narrative? Yeah, so that's the little and the tiny. Obviously next year the pre-K thing becomes not a problem. The tiny goes to the same elementary school. Then they're going there together. They might even have recesses together or something. I don't know. We'll have to see how that works out. I don't know if the kindergarten and first grade schedules differ, or are they synced up, or what? Can you hang out and cavort with siblings, or is that frowned upon? We'll see. We'll find that all out in, you know, less than a year. If that happens and the tiny has started like dance classes or something, will the little get jealous and then she'll want to do something too? Maybe. I don't know what kind of money we'll be making then. If we become big damn streamers in that time, then maybe we can afford stuff like that. We'll see. And besides that, they're happy. They're really artistic and creative. They are making stuff all the time, painting, drawing, building things outside with dirt and plants, and making homes for critters and insects, and just very imaginative. They both have ideas of what they want to be when they grow up at a really early age. We're not trying to push them on that because it gets weird. I think adults start to do this whole vicarious living thing, like, oh, let's talk about your career at 5 years old. Like, no, just be a kid and play. If you want to play at being something, that's one thing. The little's talking about trying to be a doctor, so we're going through anatomy stuff with her and some basic diagnose and then remedy kind of thinking. But if she gives it up next year, that's fine. We're not trying to raise a doctor or anything. Just do whatever makes her happy. We'll do that until something different makes her happy, and then we'll do that. Oz has been doing a lot of crafting. She got the earring sale thing down pat. She's doing necklaces, nose to earring chains, and eyeglass chains that hang off the arms. Has a website, is doing markets in like 2 months from now will be like 4 different counties. So we're doing a lot of driving around. She's got a lot of weekends where she's tied up and I take care of the kids alone, and just getting her name out there, and has gotten even into some help with event planning and talking to politicians and stuff in our local area about how market days work and what's working and what's not as far as all that stuff goes. She's really growing in that particular avenue, and also wants to continue to grow as a streamer, and also is looking into the study material to continue to work toward being a mortician. She just wants to do everything, wear every hat, and be busy all the time, doing all the things, and be engaged in everything she loves without stopping. And still somehow raising kids on top of all of those things. Is like, her ambition levels are through the roof. Part of that is because we found out that she was through the basement levels of anemic, like danger levels of anemic, and we've made major changes to her infrastructure so that she's got crazy good iron levels, B12 levels, vitamin C, which is required to help metabolize iron, and just really making sure she is the most supported she could ever possibly be. And it flipped on like 15 different switches all throughout her body, like different systems we didn't even realize were being affected by anemia are now working better. It's amazing. She's almost hard to keep up with. Oh, I'm missing a step for you, aren't I? You need something here. Perishal infection protection suit components. Oh, parasital. Man, my eyes would not focus on that word. Alt history in a sense. Not going to worry too much about the greater world just yet. Military inspired. Main character is a helicopter that's currently just a pixel art Cobra AH-1 attack helicopter shooting other military hardware. Bosses will be big and ridiculous though. First is a train / factory thing you blow up piecemeal and occasionally produces more enemy units. Awesome. So yeah, this sounds like this could be really fun. I feel like it's been a while since the art of like the military side scrollers, like your Contras and Metal Slugs. Those aren't really plain. I think of flying. I don't think there are as many military shooters out there. Well, maybe that's not true. And the ones I gravitated toward were all just like spaceship. I played a lot of R-Type and games of that caliber, sci-fi, flying and shooting. But would you be moving more towards bullet hell or some other genre in ultimately the direction you were trying to go as far as your full game passion? Okay, for this we just need progress because they don't care about the quality at all. Not bullet hell, want it to be accessible. Okay. I mean, you can make bullet hells. Well, yeah, don't let me twist your arm. That's cool. So yeah, Oz is going like 3 different directions: the crafting jewelry direction, the mortuary science direction, and the streamer direction. The kiddos are doing their thing with school or not school and just being awesome. And me, I am I'm trying to double down on content creation. If Oz ends up landing a 9-to-5 job, then I can't, because the kids need certain support at home that doesn't relate to that. Otherwise, is it possible to have school kids and a 9-to-5 and not even have the other parent? Yeah, I mean, there are things you can rely on, but we're not trying to do it that way. But that would mean I would have to quit my day job and do something much more flexible. And the thing that I think I would love to do the most would be content creation. Why do I even need to work? Right now, technically, Oz doesn't clock in anywhere, and I do, and we make enough. The problem is what I do for a day job earns twice as much as a mortician and barely makes ends meet here. So if she goes into mortuary science, we are missing half of what we need just to make ends meet. So I need to fill the remainder of that gap with something. And content creation would give me flexibility of schedule, so I could still be the stay-at-home dad for the kids while also clocking into something that makes up the rest of the money to just have food and a roof over our heads, that kind of thing. Yeah. In that sense, unlike most people that go into content creation, 1, obviously I'm not doing this as a hobby anymore. 2, I don't have the pressure of having to make it big. I feel like some people go into this going, how am I going to get 1 million subscribers? How am I going to get 20,000 a month? I don't need to be a great success. I just need to establish my niche, be pushy about what it is that I am and who I want to cultivate in an audience, and work. Keep generating as much content as I possibly can. If I was able to quit my day job, I could do that at a pretty high level. I've got a lot of the production equipment at home. I'm reteaching myself how to edit, because the last editor I was working with, the experience fell through. So I'd be doing a lot of stuff in-house at first until I got a revenue stream where I could afford to pay somebody to help me with the pipeline. Once I start hiring people to push things in the pipeline, I could grow it even more, and we could start living more than just covering what we need to live, if that makes sense. Sequel/main series characters will be mechs. A la Cybernator, Front Mission, Gun Hazard. That sounds really cool. Part of the reason I'm going helicopter instead of a jet is it will give me a chance to test control schemes for independent aiming and movement. I think when people think of the way mechs can move, especially if they're able to leave the ground at all, the ideas behind how a helicopter's motion would work is maybe more applicable as well than what you would be able to do with a jet. I mean, unless it's just like a fantasy jet. He also puts up with crazy people. I'm still here, for example. I do put up with crazy people. But you know what? Crazy is, in some ways, arguably more important than normies, because normies don't ask questions. Normies don't challenge the status quo. A crazy person may be a detractor sometimes from where you're trying to go with an agenda or what points you're trying to make, but there's a much higher chance that you're going to learn new perspectives through somebody crazy, whereas the normie might never detract, but they'll never contribute anything of worth. Right? Crazies are important. The crazies of the world. All right. What have we did high level dungeon? That's surprising. Leveling. I really don't want to tank tonight, and I don't know why. Maybe we'll just be heals. Scholar's kind of low. Alliance Raids is actually looking for a healer, so let's go for that. Yeah, I've been studying a lot about the business of content creation, and it feels tangible for people that are interested in working. I don't think if you're looking for a passion project that you will necessarily find something that's just easy to love and doesn't require much work and becomes passive income. I think you can make content creation passive income if you're comfortable with something like $20 to $200 a month. But that's not enough to pay rent anywhere. So it's nice if you want to keep another job, but if you only want to do content creation, which I think is my end goal to strive for, you do need to work more. But if you like work, I actually like to work. I don't think it's unattainable. You have to study, and there are things that you have to do. You can't be in a content creator mindset and feel like you can write your own playbook as to how to succeed. You do need to feed into certain tropes. You need to follow certain trends. You need to do things that are going to be popularly received. You say, fuck popularity. I can't stand the way people think these days. You'll probably fail at it, right? Because money doesn't come from finding your oh, I forgot that happens, that people are talking. I'm like, what on whose voice is happening right now to me? Happening. Oh, maybe I could get a pet out. That might help what we're doing. Yeah, you can't step in and say, I'll be a content creator and I'll play the career by my own rules, and I will find enough people that believe in me, that cohere to my vision, that how do we, oh, I just stand there. I haven't been here for so long. I'm gonna mess up every mechanic. I've forgotten every part of this dungeon. Yeah, I've forgotten every part of this dungeon. Also, that's not right. Ooh. I see the wind-ups. Oof. There we go. Sorry to hear Oz was having troubles. If you don't know, remember, I'm a friend from high school. I'm trying to think. I remember your name, but I don't remember. If you have me in Discord, DM me to remind me. Does my heart good to see her doing so well. Honestly, this year has been so dramatic. Like, if you could only see the trajectory from January till now, it's absolutely a wonderful change. Oh, poop. Speaking of bullet hells, it's one of those bullet hell levels. There's so much going on here. If I nope out from reading chat for a hot second, please be understanding. Oh, I remember. You gotta stand over here. The answer is really just follow everybody. If you can't remember mechanics. We did the thing. Here? Sure. Oof. Why does it hurt? Everybody's running this way. Why? Probably because the metal. Yeah. I took a look into the Snozberries thing. It's apparently a name Roald Dahl created for food for gremlins. Okay. Sounds cute. Oh. I'm so confused about where to stand. But he's also used it as a replacement term for penis, so it's more likely an allusion to his mythical fruit than the other fruit. Yikes. Still dicey for a guy that wrote kids' books. I like that I don't have to actually pay attention. I can just watch everybody else move and be like, yes, that is safe haven for reasons. For reasons that they all know, and I will just copy. Oh. Odds again, so I didn't hear anything until just now. I said if you know how to find me on Discord, can you let me know who you are? Ow. Ow. Ah. I remember your handle. I've seen I've seen you in Oz's streams plenty, but I don't always remember who aligns with whom. My pet out. Oh, I think I just accidentally dismissed my pet because I was in a rush. It's a Damien stream. We have to figure out if it's a garbage story or not. Wait, what? If what's a garbage story? My whole life is a garbage story. There's so many fun garbage things I could tell you. I said this in my dumpster fire socials recently. Damn, where'd that sneeze go? Oh, there it is. It ran away as soon as I pressed the mute button on the mic. Jerk. Dumb sneeze. I said this, yeah, said this recently on socials. If you can't say bad things about your life, you can't talk about the times when you ripped, you peeled a wall apart, then I don't trust you. I don't trust when people can't share about the darker parts of their life better. I feel like it's important to know, to recognize that we're all human, we're all capable of error, and to have the humility to say when that kind of stuff happens, to share it openly. And so for my own life stories, I'm more prone to tell you guys about the times when things went really poorly than to... Oh, where are we going? Than to give you stories where I sound like a hero. Because I want to establish that vulnerability, that connectivity that only comes when you're open with you're open with everybody about when you're not proud of something. Oof. Big oof. Hi, Kit. I love that I can be in the middle of a big boss fight where I'm staring at a million colors on screen, and I could just hear that and know where you at. Know who's joining the stream out of the ghosts. If you're not a ghost, I apologize. I don't have a way of knowing who's who. Oh, the Snosberry story. I thought you were talking about, like, my life. My life has garbage in it, too. But yeah, we do fact-checking on this stream. If anybody makes a claim and somebody's like, I'm not so sure. You know, even if you are sure, it's almost even more important. Be like, everybody agrees on that? That's weird. Why do we all agree? Just recently reconnected, like this year, so we haven't met yet. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, then cool. Oof. Glad I followed everybody else. Are people moving out of the way of things? I feel like everybody's kind of everywhere. I don't like this. There's too much stuff on the screen. This looks like the part of the boss fight where Dae dies. Just try to follow the majority of people I see. Oh my, that was a lot of death. Did one of them die? We only have... Oh no, they're both still there. No. Hang tight, I'm gonna try to do some healing of the other parties. They're not doing so hot. Get my raid healing on. That was close. Why is this fight so long? Or is it just that we're not deepsing the way we ought to? I have to joke about my crap. It's a coping mechanism, but it has benefits. Being a coper, I feel, is more humanizing. Oh shit, I'm in the wrong area entirely. Ooh. Way more humanizing than trying to show off your best side all the time. The fact that you always have to switch back and forth between these two guys. It's a cool mechanic, but it gets tiresome. Are we sharing Greek tragedies? Like, life prepared me for this? Honestly, yeah, we are. Pretty much every stream. It's on brand, for sure. Uh-oh. What's the way? Help me, other party members. Teach me your biz. Funny story, we're getting a chihuahua that kind of looks like the tired one. Aww. Will you name it Folgers? Just kidding, that's weird. Hansel's about to die. There he goes. This should be easier now. Now. Cool. Oof. I love taking things apart so I could understand how they worked and would put them back together fine. That's awesome. I know people that can take things apart and then they're stuck. So that's an important life skill. Luckily, my parents were into DIY while apprehensive about a 5-year-old with a screwdriver. They told what could and couldn't disassemble, and I obeyed. Now I'm applying for an auto mechanic degree. Awesome. I feel like being a mechanic used to be this thing where people thought, oh, if you can't do anything else, or you're kind of like stuck. But now, if you think about it, there's so much more depth and complexity to working on vehicles. It's a whole other ball game. It's certainly not, you know, just a matter of understanding how to use tools and look up things in diagnostic manual anymore. Especially with the computerization involved in so many modern vehicles. It's one thing if all you want to work on is like stuff from the 1970s, but oh poop. What on earth? Please no. Just aim them and then let them do their thing, I guess. It will belong to my 16-year-old daughter. She's naming her Twilight Sparkle after her favorite My Little Pony when she was little. That's cute. I know Twilight Sparkle is. I'm with it. Going to call her Sparkle for short. Very cute. Where are all these guys going? Who said you could travel away? These are annoying. They have so many floor effects you can't stand on them to get work done. Is that everything? Whoa. Wow. Nope. Do I have to fight them or no? Okay, they're just part of the story. It's been that long. I don't remember the flow of events. I'm getting stuck in train because I'm too busy trying to decline the loot. As much as I want to make games, I gotta get a reliable income and get out of this minimum wage hole I've been in for 10 plus years. Hear that. I'm trying to go down in income, which is like the opposite of what most people are trying to do. Just to give Oz a bigger opportunity. And it's hard to do that and make the amount that you need to make. I forget. Uh-oh. Ow. Well, that wasn't it. Whatever it was I was trying to do, that was the wrong thing. I'll just follow everybody else. Hope I get it right. Damn. Died. I'm not paying enough attention. And I forget this mechanic. I know you have to like match the colors because some of them don't work for whatever color you happen to be and other ones do. I remember. I just don't know if I know well enough to do it. I'm trapped? Oh, that's why. Oof, that was close. Why do I have to get one of the alliance raids where I actually have to pay a significant amount of attention. Oh, that guy's dead. We're gonna survive this? Oh no, there's another stage. Is this the last boss? Uh-oh. Oh, I remember this. Ew, jerk. If we just all smack it. No, I died. Poop. There's something to be said about a... Oh, that kills me? Damn. Something to be said about a steady paycheck and plenty of food. Indeed. Indeed. Never watched My Little Pony. I was so into Powerpuff Girls that I knew I'd get addicted, so I avoided it. What on earth? Well, I didn't die. Now the thunder's starting? Jealous. Ours went away too fast. Yeah. Okay, we need some reses. And I'm really low on mana. More of this mini game. Not a fan. Just gonna try to follow everybody else around. And figure it out. Oh no. Oh, that was close. That was too close. There's so much going on the screen right now. I don't really remember this that well. Nope. That killed all of us. Good chunk of us. I don't know if we'll recover from that one. Nice long rolling booms. Loki has been medicated. Good. Good, good, good. Oh my. So hard to see anything that's going on right now. Now they're all moving around. I hate this. I need to be medicated for this fight. I'm supposed to be touching one of these, perhaps. Whoops. That's not right. That killed me. Don't touch those things, I guess. They make you walk. Had to switch to laptop after eating. All good, all good. What did I miss besides everything? Lots of death. I think the only big thing I was saying that you might have missed was that in order to get Oz to be full-time in content creation, sorry, in mortuary science, I'm trying to do full-time content creation. If you caught that, you caught up with everything. The rest was just me talking about how the heck I'm going to try to do that and the reasons why financially we would still both need to work. It's either I work and she doesn't, which neither of us particularly likes, but that's what we're doing right now. Or we both work and then we both do something that we love more. But it means, you know, more work. Because we both don't make enough money alone to handle the house. Unless I stay at the day job that I don't particularly love. That sounds pretty difficult. It's, well... She's got the credentials to do what she wants to do. Just a matter of finding the job, which I think she could. She's pretty good at shaking a hand and making people feel confident in her skills, because she's got the skills, for sure. Ah, poop. Ooh, that was close. Me doing full-time content creator might be tricky. I'm gonna try it. I'm smart, so I'm gonna work on studying it to the best I can and see if I don't need to be professional level raking in dough. That's not my goal. I just need to cover the costs of raising kids and living in a house. We'd prefer not to raise the kids homeless. But I think that takes some of the pressure off, you know? Uh-oh. Oh, that guy took a dive. Wow. Oh, here comes the bullet hell. At least these bullets are slow. They're just like slow and pending nuisances. Because you have to stand still to cast spells, or I do. Just get really annoying. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't even the final boss. I remember the final boss. I don't know if I remember the mechanics, though. I'll catch up with chat as soon as I'm back from, as soon as everyone's back from Twitch ads. We slayed the most difficult boss. I'm just reading stuff that I should have read from a long time ago in group chat. Yep, I remember her. Conveniently glitched on top of the boobs. We all know. Censorship is all about finding the appropriate place to glitch. Guess we're doing it. There's so much going on the screen. I turned on all effects for people in my group because somebody was trying to show me the effect on some magic, and I was like, oh, I don't think I can see you. So she's like, oh, you should have it all turned on, but now I'm regretting it. Ah. Whoop. Where are we going with these? This is safe space? Seems like it. There's a THC dropper made for dogs that he likes, a squeeze, and he's content so long as he's giving you kisses. That's really cute. So you just sacrifice a hand and he's groovy. Aww. It's so funny and cute how some animals do best when they're caring for you. But I know some people like that too, so I get it. Which way are we going? This way? Everybody says this way. I'm sure it'll work itself out. Just keep your heads up. We're trying. Heads up or noses down or something. I don't know the right euphemism. Finding work lately has been an Olympic sport. I don't know how people are doing it. Honestly, I think unless you're working for yourself, i.e. like what we're doing with content creation, I don't know how anybody else is doing it. Like, you just got to know, you have to find people or make connections in previous jobs. Otherwise, where would you go? How would you get a new job? Nobody's hiring. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, right. Cutscene. I can't imagine the strain it puts on you guys right now. I can put on you guys right now. Is there any way we can help? I could try doing what I can. Do you know anything about social media marketing? Content creator marketing? Ultimately, we're just trying to get more faces on our stuff. I know some of that requires us being on other platforms. I've got a strategy for getting into the TikTok market because I think that's important. Or if you know somebody who does. If anybody's particularly fans with somebody or is related to somebody who's fantastic in that field, that knows where our next steps need to be. That is such a crazy ability. Basically fits the whole screen. Am I so far away that we can't? Here it comes again. We need red lights. I do hope it works out in the end and that you guys find a solution that works out for both of you, but still allows financial support that you need. Also, I'm present. Yeah, that works. Bear with me. I'm usually really snappy with chat. This just happens to be like one of the worst freaking... This is one of those dungeons that I'm sure is very much muscle memory for a bunch of other people. I haven't been in here in forever, so I don't remember it like I used to. Where's everybody going? I just have to watch everyone else meticulously to figure out what it is that I have to be doing. I've got hope everything will be better. I do too. Honestly, if I didn't think content creation would be a thing, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't just trust it. You know what I mean? It's a big gamble. So you can't just make a bunch of videos and hope, or stream a bunch and hope that it'll rectify itself. Keep that chin up, nose down, head in the clouds, and feet firmly on the ground. Drinking cloud sounds delicious right about now. Oh yeah. So what's our next step here? Whoa! Toss me around, fam. This way? Somebody died from that. Ooh, more people. Our tank died. Not great. Hi, train. I don't remember this part. Oh, just bullet hells. It's like jump rope. Uh-oh, the other healer's down. Hope I don't die doing this. Sadly, I know nothing about that or anyone in it. I've got zero connections to anything. No worries. Most of what I know, I learned myself just from research, too, so I get it. If I didn't ask, I would never know whether or not anybody had those connections, though. Imagine, like, somebody's in here just going like, I wonder if they ever need any help growing their streaming career. Well, they never talk about it, so they're probably just a hobbyist. I'd rather talk about it. At least make my interests known. I know most YouTubers I watch do well with 20 to 40 minute video for daily uploads. I think that's something that I could accomplish if Oz were working and the littles were in school, then I'd have nothing but time to do video production. I could probably get it done, especially if I hire an editor. Which my big MO is to hire other people and make this into more of a business than just me down the line. First, take care of the household. Once the household needs are taken care of, I would definitely be a job maker. We've talked about having a situation where we could find talented people to overcompensate, because this world is too full of people that are just trying to make too much money for themselves. They're trying to maximize how much they earn, and they don't care about producing something where it would be helpful to the greater world at large. You know, like looking at the interests that other people may have for their lives and figuring out how to help out others doing that. We've had a lot of help in our lives to get even to the, you know, little place that we've gotten to. And we want to continue to acknowledge that by the way that we run our lives. We're not looking to try to get bigger and bigger and bigger until we die. We just want to make sure that our kids are set up for success, and then find the best video editor, the best social media marketer, manager, the best whatever, you know, get people together and pay them fat so that they wouldn't want to ever leave us for anything else. And so that they have transformational money for their lives and maybe for their families, that kind of thing. That's what we're looking to try to do. Long form content mostly comes from finding an audience and engendering loyalty. We're big into that here. We're trying to make a community full of nerds. Basically folks that are not only quick to fact check, but also not versatile. People who are interested in being malleable of mindset, not have one staunch viewpoint that's entrenched in dogma or certain political take that can't be motivated by new information. We're deliberately creating an agile and fluid group of people who are willing to let go of anything that's rooted in a bad idea, and also show bad ideas for what they are, as opposed to just platforming both sides. Because I think there's danger in platforming hate and suffering and control of others without exposing it as a bad idea, or that there could be something better if you left it the opportunity available. So kind of political and philosophical and all of that, but in a way that refuses to be held down by the inability to gather new information or change your thoughts. I think some people say that they're willing to do that insofar as like science. Oh, science just discovered a new subatomic particle. Well, that's part of my worldview now because science has proven it. That's fine and dandy. That's pretty hard to refute. Much harder to refute other things that you've sort of built your identity around. Well, men are like this, or, you know, traditional household, traditional family is like this, or political agenda should be to do this for the people. If you start to get into those ideas and then somebody sort of disproves or shows a better way, it's a lot harder to let go of that kind of stuff. But we're trying to build that community that will do so, and therefore will be stronger and better for it with each other. Does that make sense? I've had the pleasure of seeing a bit of the growth. Oh yeah, Troa's there on the journey, and has been for quite some time, years, right? I think D will do well. We'll see. I watch and analyze other streamers, small time, very small, to see which ones are doing a good growth. I look at large streamers that are failing or falling short of where they could be doing, people who quit or get departnered or get canceled, and I try to understand that journey as well. I look at the largest content creators out there and try to analyze what they do that I might be able to incorporate if it's acceptable for the type of work that I want to do. I'm obviously not going to find some big streamer, copy them entirely, because most streamers and other VOD creators, they have, if they're really big, they have some sort of other journey before that made things happen for them that is unreplicable. Maybe they started a long time ago, or the way that they got viral or big was something random or surprising, or they had a outside vouch. If you look at how many actors or musicians come from families of well-established actors and musicians, so they've already got, you know, some way to break into the industry. And for you to say, well, I can try to replicate that, you can't unless you have the same circumstances. A lot of it really is luck of who you have around you and who you've already been connected to. But if I can break through some of those barriers that I didn't have the connectivity for, the luck of circumstance, because I just grew up in a disconnected, non-artistic, non-thespian, not entertainment-based family with no connectivity, no engagement in that sort of world. If I can bridge some of those gaps of having the lack of that privilege, I think content-wise and community-wise, we're there. We're already top-end content, just on a small scale. But I have confidence we'll get there. An open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded. I do believe open minds are dangerous. I think open minds need navigation. Otherwise, what would I offer as far as a value proposition? I would just say, well, you know, let your mind be engaged with new ideas. The end. And then you leave my community. We're here to do something a little more nuanced, where it's more than just being open to new things. Being open to new things will leave you open to a lot of dangerous things if you're not careful. I fully agree. Should definitely check out Thor from Pirate Software. Somebody else has recommended them to me too, more specifically for knowing some of like the inner tricks of the trade when it comes to like how to do like migrating Twitch clips to YouTube, like little things like that are, they're not hard, but they're not always like well known, or they're newer tips or tricks. I haven't watched them just as a content creator though. Just like little tutorial videos doesn't really give you an idea of who you're watching, you know. They're just showing stuff. He's a recent, rapidly growing streamer. Oh, I didn't know he was recent. He just feels edified. Well, I mean, that says something. That's proof of something, right? Yeah. Good vibes. I'll have to check him out for sure. I'll have to see more stuff where he's like talking to the camera and just being candid. I was quoting Dawn of War, a Warhammer 40k RTS game. I haven't played that one. I played some Warhammer 40k. I played a few different Warhammer games, most in the original Warhammer universe, obviously. There's less in 40k, I think, all in all. Love the Warhammer universe, love that every faction is the worst, but heroes can still appear. Basically, yeah. It's not so different from modern nation states too, right? The idea that goodness can spring forth from what we've got going on in our world, but how do you get to that goodness? It's not always a open and shut case. Or we have a lot of Machiavellian work here, right? Goodness comes but through dirty pool. All right, what am I doing next? That was Alliance. Do I still want to be Scholar? Scholar way past up Sage. Let's go Sage. We'll stick with healers for now. I feel like I'm in a comfortable space playing as healers tonight. Healing in MMOs where I shine. Not just MMOs, but a lot of games. I played 6 or 7 seasons of League of Legends. All... Oh, right, I can't leave while we're queuing. All basically support and heals and that sort of thing. It's definitely my MO. I'm good at making somebody else impervious. Stuart, hi and welcome. How you doing? We're doing good. Deep talking, sort of discussing the greater mission, which I think you've probably heard 1,000 times. I'm gonna get attacked right now. Bet you. Oh, I did not. Oh my. This guy gonna die? Why is everybody taking damage? I didn't ask for this. This other guy is taking way too much damage. Oh, is it because our tank's not tanking? Our tank's not tanking. That's a problem. Yeah, please do tank stance. Make a little noise at them. Stuart, how's everything with you? How's your night so far? If I ever get back into MMOs, I'll definitely tank heal in 14. Tanking is so-so in this game. Healing is nuanced and interesting, except if people are doing their job entirely. It's more fun to play sort of a pickup group like this because people are kind of bad. But when people are good and your only job as a healer is to DPS, this game is bad at giving healers interesting DPS work to do, if that makes sense. But I don't find the tanking work in this game to be particularly nuanced or interesting. I would say DPS in this game, but then you really hamstring yourself in like ability to queue up for things if you're alone. If you have a group of people that want to make a free company together, that's a different story. Then you can kind of DPS at your whim. But being a tank or a heal means if you're doing the random duties for the day, the ones that get you the most resources and experience, you will get into a dungeon in almost instantaneously for almost every bit of content. Whereas DPS might have to wait 15 to 30 minutes per queue. The time sync is dramatically different from each other. Hey, what's going on, Bowser? I have no idea what you just sent. That is... Oh, never mind. I can kind of see it. It's like super small and dark. What's going on, man? I make a good target and can take a beating. Minor heals. Wait, where'd our tank go? This tank is out the window. It's completely not. Hopefully it just like a kid woke up or something. Geez, heal better. I'm the best healer when I'm not streaming. Usually when I'm not streaming. If I'm streaming and I'm reading chat and I'm kind of like looking out of the corner of my eye at the screen, you'll see I make a lot of mistakes and forget to do a lot of things in rotation. But if the camera's off, then you have no proof that I'm better. I could just tell you I'm better. But I am, I promise. Ask anybody. Ask Nico. He would know for sure. He and I have done some crazy circumstances together. Thank you. Game's already saved, but I appreciate your face. I'm doing pretty good myself, just carrying some pieces before I did the initial coat of paint on a Sailor Moon statue. Nice stuff. I started an OG WoW. I played WoW since beta. I went through a number of raiding and end game raiding and PvP guilds. And then I eventually quit because my MMO addiction was destroying other parts of my life. I had to calm down. I had to do something else in my life. But then one of my friends twisted my arm, got me addicted to this one. Not my proudest moment when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, to be honest. Yeah. Hit endgame in Star Wars The Old Republic. That game was amazing. I mean, it's still around. It's just, I don't know. Once you've seen the main story, I don't know if it warrants playing after that. Not in today's MMO market. I feel like anything that you would want to do in an MMO, you could probably do in Final Fantasy and have a bigger base of people to play with. You know what I mean? And I'm a big social gamer. Oh, the leg is on me. Lovely. I miss my Unholy Blood Death Knight in WoW. Death Knight was fun. I did that for a pretty long time. I didn't bring that guy into any raiding guilds or anything, though. Most of my time I spent in high-end content was as mage. You gonna do it right here or what? This guy seems a little squish. I guess he's alright. This is a hard dungeon if you're playing this at level. And two of these guys are. The two deeps. Not the tank. Although I called the tank a little bit squishy. I started my homeless / min-wage spiral after I finished Star Wars The Old Republic and never had a chance to go back. 3 months of good memories, though. Only 3 months? Yeah, it was a really fun game. Seems like people are starting to catch up a little bit. You don't have to heal yourself, big paladin. You got so scared. If I move here, I can still cast. Oh, maybe not. Nah, I'm alright. Did you hear about the 7.0 earthquake and volcanic eruption? I did. Crazy, right? I'm kind of happy that I lived in Southern California for a while. I think I only had one big earthquake when I was there. Don't come after me. And now I live in a place where I'm not really concerned about earthquakes, tornadoes, the whole shebang. I mean, tornadoes have hit this state, but where we live is kind of like a weird air pocket. I don't know why, but it seems like a lot of stuff just sort of flies around my neighborhood. Even when news or maps predicts that something's going to happen, I look on the weather map, I'm like, okay, that looks like it's definitely going to hit us, and then it doesn't. We just happen to be in a weird, nice spot. I'm not a fan of earthquakes. You never feel more unsure about everything than when the entire earth around you and the building that you're in and everything feels compromised, you know? It's a very disempowering feeling. Got to level cap on the first month. Dang. Spent the last two being a spare bounty hunter healer deeps for the raiding guilds. Nice. I love bounty hunter. I loved my guild even though they weren't into endgame yet, so I never joined them big boys. Gotcha. Interesting that you went through a homeless season of your life too. I don't usually find many people on stream that I can share that experience with. I was not able to game during my act of homelessness, though. But I did have some good connections that helped make things a lot smoother than they could have otherwise been. So, without knowing who I knew, especially getting out of it, for me it was old high school friends I bumped into like in a parking lot, and they were like, hey, so we're thinking of we're about to like buy our first house. I was like, oh, we couldn't be in more different phases of our lives right now, you guys and me. You're buying a house, I'm just looking for, like, you know, anything. And they were looking to mitigate costs and take on a renter, and so pitched my bid. They took a big chance on me, and I actually had to go through a period of turmoil with them where I wasn't getting rent taken care of, and so for a while I just tried to live rent free and work on a bunch of different angles to see if I could make the money back, see what could be done. And eventually it just wasn't happening. I had to come clean, tell them, like, well, I don't come clean. They knew I wasn't paying rent, but we had to work something out, which was scary. I didn't want to put our friendship in that kind of strain, but at that time in my life, I couldn't do anything about it. Just had a decent earthquake a week ago. I heard about that one too. I know. I just follow all earthquake news. No, I'm just kidding. I just know about those two, the 7.0 and the one by you guys. I kind of like earthquakes. Like the earth is giving me a massage. Speak for yourself. That's a weird kind of massage. One that I don't think I have any interest in having again. The only thing I find kind of interesting about earthquakes is it sort of brings people together. Not saying that that's how I want people to come together. It's just an interesting aspect. It's something you don't take into consideration. Still am living in untitleable converted short bus. I know somebody who is living in a similar experience, choosing to, prefers the life of being sort of nomadic and saving money that would otherwise be spent on housing. Imagine there are some other constraints that he's probably not sharing that make it hard. But the way he talks about it, it sounds like he tries to sell everybody on the concept. Like, I'm doing it. I think everybody should do it. This is amazing. These are the best years of my life. I'm like, oof, okay. It only has a wood floor, queen bed, and a table. That's a good start. That's a good start. But I work at a truck stop and just use their facilities. I mean, as long as you got something else that sort of fills in the gaps, that's similar to kind of what I had to do too. It makes all the world's difference when you have access to something else that, you know, especially a good bathroom. You'd think earthquakes would be a nightmare for me since I have so many figures and statues that could break if they fell. Yeah. Have you ever had damage from stuff falling? Whether or not it was earthquake related, like animals tromping around or big airplane whatever, something. Yeah, I'm glad the 7.0 was far away too. I don't think that part of the world is particularly populated. No. I lived through one major earthquake and it was no fun, but I was a kid and home alone. Oh, that's scary. So you had nobody to sort of like help contextualize with you, like, all right, these are the things we should probably do. And I feel like as long as when you're a kid, you have some salient adult to step in and be like, all right, don't panic. This is what happened. This is what's going to happen going forward, and give you like some structure. Like, okay, I can handle this. I can take this. But without that, it's scary. I definitely prefer this to roommates, but would rather have a place. There's something to be said about not having to cope with roommates, for sure. I envy you there, actually. One person we live with is not bad. Good times. Given that I clean the bathrooms here, I kind of prefer them even to my friends' places, but don't tell them that. That'll be between you, me, and anybody watching this VOD. So maybe don't tell those friends to go to my YouTube channel and watch all my YouTube VODs for the next couple months. But everybody else who's listening, please make sure to contribute watch hours to the YouTube channel. If not at least because, as I mentioned earlier on stream, watch hours are being taken away from my channel. I think what it is, I've mentioned subtly and not so subtly enough times that I've got a lot of playlists with a lot of long form content, and it feels like YouTube is looking at people who are watching my VODs on long form, watching them on playlists, and it's like, yeah, we don't count if somebody just puts on, you know, 50 hours of YouTube videos on a playlist and leaves it on. We don't count that. I'm like, why not? You said they say valid watch hours is all they say for partnership. And I was already partnered. I'm just repatriating into the platform. I feel like anything that is a watch hour on a public video should count. That should be it. No questions. No further questions. But yeah, I much rather prefer a bathroom that I clean than one that anybody else cleans. I get icked out using other people's bathrooms, especially because I feel like not too many people have my cleanliness standard. The only time I have had a break was when I was reorganizing some stuff and dropped a replica of Kratos' Leviathan axe on a statue of a xenomorph. Oh no. I was lucky because even though it broke a bunch of the xenomorph, has so much texture in the design that you can't tell where I had to glue it back together. That's good. I wonder if you don't actively have the tab open, it knows somehow. I mean, even then, so sometimes when I'm working, if I know I can, I'll pull up a YouTube video and just have it for the audio part. But I'm not really interested in watching. Some of the content creators I watch, they're not really visually, like, I'm not there for the visual, I'm just there for the ideas, for the things that they're sharing. I want their brains, not their bodies. And I wonder, you know, am I actually contributing to them then if I'm just using it like as a podcast? I feel like it should be. It should count. YouTube's mostly counting engagement right now from what I've heard. Likes, comments, share, clicks. So I'm on the path to partnership. I can share. There's basically like a whole checklist of things that you have to accomplish with the platform, right? I started in 2014 and then I took a hiatus to do other things with entertainment. But back then when I started, I had matched all the checklists and then they changed some of them and raised the bar higher and kicked out a lot of the smaller content creators, which is fine. That's their business model they wanted to go with, but I was one of them. And so I was kind of bummed at the time. And I didn't try to pursue partnership again seriously until a little bit last year and the year before. I got an editor and we started down a certain path, but then that path didn't come to fruition or didn't continue. And so now I'm doing it more solo and I've checked off every box. I have every box done. So like, follow, subscribe, comment and as an emoji, thumbs up in my videos. You can do all that stuff and all that stuff's great. It puts me higher on the algorithm. It gets me in front of other people. But the thing I'm missing is watch hours. It's the thing that I need. I guess I just need a lot of different IPs from a lot of different people around the world. Probably just watching in en masse matters more than some few people watching long form. That's what I think it is. I think they might have like a diminishing returns on IP addresses. Toady! What's up, dude? Welcome on in. What's good in your world? Welcome, welcome. Is this time slot? Well, I'm like quitting in like 15 minutes. Damn. But is this time slot closer to times that you can catch streamers? What's going on with? Just curious about your schedule, where you are. Not that I'm gonna change my stream schedule for you. I like you, but I don't like you that much. But yeah, I have this feeling like there's some sort of diminishing returns formula on watch hours, and that they look for one, the same IP, and maybe, possibly, two, they might also be looking at exit nodes for VPNs and Tor, so that if people are trying to mask where they're watching from, YouTube's like, well, that's fine. We just won't even count you. Just from what I'm seeing, it feels like that might be the case. You know what I mean? Level 90? But it's 600. Why is it so shitty? Oh, I think that was the one I got rid of. Yeah. It's just old stuff. And drops. Unique comments mind. Those call to actions where they tell you to type something don't work if it's only that thing. I suppose, yeah, if everybody typed the same thing, that they'd probably have a filter for that, right? That would make sense to me. Like, everybody type banana in the comments. That would be like, obviously, they know you're gaming the system. They're going to have like a duplicate comments filter. They don't even have to man. They can just automate that. I don't know about partnership, but as far as algorithm compatibility, I'm like 85% certain on the above. I could see that. I could see that. I don't know what a share click is, though. I guess I'm a bad on the road to partner if I don't know this kind of stuff. What's a share click? Like you click to share it with somebody else? Is that what you mean? For me, yeah, it looks like you started about midday. Yeah. Sounds about right. I can catch that all right. I was just kind of dead for the past 12 hours. Good. Good. I'm glad you got some good sleep. Sleep for me. I need vicarious sleepers to do the work on my behalf. Because Lord knows I can't do this. I can't do the sleep on my own. Let's do trials because now it needs healer. This might be the last thing, depending on how long the trial is. Yeah, since I started doing the biphasic sleep, where I do 4 hours before stream, 2 hours after stream, it's worked out okay. I definitely am not getting the 4 before because it's as we're putting the kids down to sleep, then right after that I go to sleep. But they've been getting up a lot and asking for, you know, can I have a glass of water? Oh, I need to pee, like blah blah blah. It's like, okay, yeah, we can take care of these things. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't really need that much sleep, but I kind of do. But I want to make sure that they're well supported. A little bit of a murder in that regard. And then when I kill stream, I have 2 hours if I go to sleep right away when I kill stream. But I usually raid out to somebody, hang out for a little bit to say hi. I take a little bit of time humaning afterwards. You know what I mean? Humaning. You go to your bathroom, you stare existential crisis like into the mirror. You brush your teeth, contemplate things you could have done better in your life. 30 minutes later, you finally make it into bed. Something like that. So I'm not getting a lot of sleep. Even on the 6 hours that I said I was going to try to promise myself, it hasn't been boiling down to 6. Yeah, it feels like I'm actually sleeping only as well as I have been on the old schedule. On the 2 weeks ago schedule. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm in the wrong neighborhood. Although I can clear my own debuff. Look away. When you share, I'm fairly certain the link is unique to the user. Interesting. How many people actually click those links and actually watch is what matters, not raw shares or total clicks. If they click the link and stop watching, that's damaging from what I hear. Oh. Right, because then it looks like you're tanking in popularity, right? Somebody vouched for you, and everybody they vouched for you too is like, I'm not really interested. That's kind of sad. But also I feel bad, like what if somebody really felt strongly about you, but their community like wasn't really feeling it? They were like, yo guys, I really, really like this creator. I think you guys shall follow them. But they weren't like a, what's the word I'm looking for? They weren't a cultural match, you know? I know some of the people that I like as streamers, they're friends. They're either friends or friends of a friend, and they don't do what I do. And I'm not friends with people who do what I do. So when I get people engaged in a raid sort of status, it's rarely for the same sort of like deeper conversation kind of thing that I do, or like thinking, or they're not challenging people, they're just fun to hang out with. But not challenging and just fun are literally antithetical to what I do. Maybe I need to start finding people who are more more my type of content creator. It might help algorithmically. I mean, I know some of the big ones in the space. But I don't know if that helps. Raid into somebody who's got 10,000 watchers. They're not going to be like, oh, dude, yeah, make sure to follow Damien. He's super important. I might get a thanks for the raid, and then they continue. At best. I don't like thinking, but you've got a nice voice, so it evens out. Toady, that's why I like keeping you around. I mean, I voice act, so I hope that people like the sound of my voice. It pays the bills. It doesn't pay the bills. Small time voice acting doesn't pay the bills when you have like a whole family. When I was a bachelor, I'm rarely ever like single, but at least like, you know, single filer tax status, I could probably do fairly well with just voice acting alone. But with kids, it's not the voice acting doesn't pay well. It's more just there's like a risk tolerance when it comes to kids. Like kids require things medically and like household systems wise that you can't have like feast or famine. You can't be like, oh, you know what? This was like a slow month, but in a couple months it'll be all right. So I could just kind of try to amortize, maybe have some ramen for a few instant ramen for like a month to work out this slump, or pull from savings for a little bit. It's not going to be a big deal. I'm just going to not do things for a while. I'll just stay at home and play World of Warcraft, and it'll be fine. Holy crap. Some of these glamours just go too far. But the moment you have kids, like, you don't want to sacrifice their childhood and be like, yeah, remember that year where we didn't get you any presents and everything was like really austere and you could barely do anything? We didn't go anywhere. We just stayed at home. Just so that, you know, we'd wait out that bad slump, and then we got really good gigs, and then it was good. It's there's a risk tolerance involved. That's why I'm not doing as much voice acting. Like, it's not a bread and butter thing right now. I'm talking about YouTube, by the way. Oz got me on Twitch, and to you. Oh yeah. No idea about Twitch tips. I'm looking to grow on Twitch. Anybody who's listening on Twitch, Amazon, Big Daddy Bezos, whoever's listening to me, I'm looking to grow on Twitch. My priority is YouTube growth right now. I'd love to grow on every platform if given the possibility. I'm not going to say no if anybody has really good Twitch tips, but I'm predominantly looking at mastering YouTube as a source of familial raising two kids income. Yeah. You voice act since when? Since I graduated from an academy where I studied voice acting, among other types of thespian things. I went to an acting academy and studied spokesperson work, commercial acting, improv, accents, voice acting, whole shebang. That's part of why I'm recommending Thor. You have similar vibes, and a lot of what I'm saying about YouTube also comes from him. Oh, okay, right on. Excellent. Thor is the guy who does the pirate. I already forgot the name. I've got it open in a tab on on my browser. One of the Twitch clip, or it's like a, yeah, the Twitch clip upload to YouTube tool thing. Pirate software? Yeah. That's Thor. You think you know a guy? I have so many dirty secrets, but I'm willing to share them all. I usually don't talk about like the big hero ones, like the big interesting success ones. Like I don't talk about my voice acting career very much. But I think it's because I appreciate dark stories because I think we learn a lot more from it. If I tell you about voice acting, maybe it'll make you go want to be a voice actor, but your experience might not be like mine. You might not have the same success. And I'd feel bad if I inspired you to go pour a bunch of resources into something that you didn't succeed at. Whereas if I tell you a negative story about my life and you learn cautionary things like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this thing because D did it. And man, what an asshole arc in his life. And you can learn from my counterexample. I think generally you'll be served better with those experiences. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know if that's true, but I have this feeling like I'm a better counterexample for a lot of people. I did a lot of things that you shouldn't do than I am an example. And I'm not saying none of you go try voice acting, but I would also say doing a voice act as like trying to do that maybe as a career is a much bigger pipe dream than you might think. Leap of faith. Let's do a leap of faith and then we'll call it. I know it's already 4, but my time, but I'm vibing on this particular chat. Yeah, like with voice acting, some people just think, well, I hang out with my friends and I do funny voices and they all laugh so that we have a good time. So I'm funny. My friends laugh. We should, I should try this out. But in order to get voice acting gigs, like ones that pay and are not just a forum where somebody's asking for like, hey, I'm doing this startup project. It doesn't pay, but you'll get a lot of exposure. You could put this on your resume. You could do like 50 of those and get a really fat resume of stuff that doesn't really get you notice. You probably still won't really break into the voice acting industry. People who are looking for regular talent to do work for them, one, aren't usually looking for a lot of character voices. Character voice need is a lot lower than things like...
That's another thing.
Thank you. When I'm not doing this jumping
I'm right as
puzzle,
the mail.
when I'm out of a timed area, I will gladly do your triple self-care. A good vast majority of voice acting is going to be like corporate stuff. Some of you are going to miss what I say if I keep going, if I keep talking. So we're going into ads. I'll pause on the voice act conversation. Anyway, follow your dreams. Try to do this. I'm still... All I have is the gold left. Okay. I just looked at my goals real quick. Jumping in this game is something of a nightmare. It's like old Castlevania 1 jumping, where once you jump, you're committed to the jump. And you can change based on how much you're moving forward. you can change the trajectory of that jump a little bit. It's not a good jump. It's not a good game as far as jumping goes. And yet, they make jumping puzzles a whole thing. So anyway, that one's done. That's not the way I want to go. I don't care if he's an ad break and you can't see me do this, but I will do a self-care now. So what I was saying was, if all you want to do is just like free voice acting on forums for people who are working on like indie developed cartoons or content, and you don't care if it's just for exposure, and you do that like 50 times over and you think maybe eventually you'll build a career that way, you probably won't. Most voice actors that do like money that's worthwhile, they're not doing character voices, they're doing a lot of serious like commercial and industrial sort of gigs, or a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for, like dubbing for localization was the word I'm looking for. Localization sort of work. Could be that. Oh, I don't have the 2B card? What the fuck? I do now. And they'll usually look for people who are academy trained, have some sort of background, have an actual, you know, they went to school for it. They'll generally look for people who have done a body of other acting as well, because you need to also be able to show that you can take direction. So your first gig with someone isn't your first gig ever, hopefully. That could just be, you know, on camera sort of work, but something. And it's nice to have a body of demos that show your versatility in space too. So if you do have a character voice, sure, add it, but don't do a reel full of character voices. You know, do a mix of things. A good deal of them should be serious, should show your sellability in different markets, different demographics. Show that you can be rough and rugged, so that you can be like sweet and kind. You know, you want to be a skeleton key because you want to be somebody that a studio will want to say yes to for many different types of gigs, because you never know which ones you're going to get passed up on. That makes sense. Could still be that one. I didn't reduce it down enough. There it was. I missed it because I was being unscrupulous with my choices. Ah, that sucks. Thespian. It's true. I am a thespian, a professional, officially paid actor and voice actor and musician. Everything, anything that you can do in front of a camera or on a stage, I've done it. Although the theater side of things, I would highly disrecommend unless it's absolutely passion, because for many years, for you to make it into career stage theater work, you have to spend many years not earning or losing money doing gigs, unless you're also a really great salesman, like you have a big family and friend base you can sell tickets to. They'll all buy your tickets because you need to do ticket sales for some of your first few gigs. It's rough. It's really competitive. There are a lot of people who also love it and will be fighting you tooth and nail, whereas a lot of other stuff like basic Hollywood commercial TV show things, they churn those out a ton and they always need new content for, you know, web exclusives, for commercial that they play on a gas station pump. They always need more stuff. But theater, they don't always need you. That's my point. So That's really rough to break into. It's hard to be a true stage thespian. I'm less an example and more an accidental crash test dummy. That's that you can still learn from that. You could do a science and people can learn. So you're still very important. More people want to be successful artists than the industry grows to make use of them. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Everybody wants to create. Not everybody can find the capital stream to do so or the value to do so. You know, you might say, well, you know, I got pretty good with Clip, what's it called? Clip Studio Paint or whatever, the one that used to be Manga Studio. Or I'm like really good with Procreate, or I'm really good with, you know, Cintiq, blah, blah, blah. You can show your skills, but if what you offer is just the standard that you see, if the best you can do is like League of Legends portraiture sort of art, or, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Wizards of the Coast, you know, book internal art style, that they already have people, and everybody who's like them already has people, and you're just doing something that's about equivalent to a well-saturated market that's already doing a lot of stuff that's well covered. Probably has folks lining up waiting to backfill those people whenever they decide to retire. So what are you going to do that's different? How are you going to either differentiate yourself and pull yourself way ahead of the crowd by doing something crazy, powerful, different, and strong, or find something else, find a different niche, use those skills, but in a different, unique way, perhaps. Yeah. I'm the only one they make the safety instructions for. Oh, I'm not only one. I'm the one. Toady. Note to self, having a voice is hard. Having a voice is easy. Selling it's hard. Yeah. I should go back to instruments, not a way to earn money, but just to learn. I know somebody in stream right now that could potentially help you out with that. A multi-instrumentalist. That's why I never considered the music as a career despite doing it for 7 years. Yeah, honestly, even playing live gigs, even regularly booking gigs, and I was in my most recent iteration that we were playing in, we were regulars at places, and it still wasn't like, there's still a big gap between making regular creative money and making stable money to live somewhere and feed yourself, and God forbid get married and procreate and stuff like that, because then the implications of how much money you need, how much money we need in our current iteration is stupid. I hate it. I wish things weren't so expensive. I don't want to have to earn so much just to make this family of 4 work. All I've got under my belt is a little over half a decade of playing the clarinet. Oh, nice. I love clarinet. Has Oz shared that she plays clarinet as well? Let's leave that up. But flop over. It's getting to be that time where I joked that if I went to sleep 12 minutes ago, I would get the proper amount of sleep, but because I didn't, that means that I'll be getting less and less. So I probably shouldn't stay up and keep hanging out with all of you. As exciting as it is to do, and as wonderful as the chat and the hangout's been. Thank you for those of you that got to see through the end of Riven. Really good game, and honestly sets a new bar for Myst as a franchise. I think if they continue to either remake the old games or even start down new Myst games to add to the franchise, they're gonna have to keep up with this high level of it's a whole different puzzle concept. They are actually puzzle games. The puzzles are actually good. There's no more Easter egg hunting. Not really. It's it's going to be hard to go backwards to or in Myst 5 to finish out the franchise. Oof. Yeah, but we're going to do it. We are going to do it. I do have a violin somewhere that my old music teacher gave me, but string instruments are gross. You're speaking to a guitarist, a bass guitarist. I love stringed instruments. Hugs for Damien. Thanks. Right back at you. All right. You all have a fantastic time zone wherever you happen to be. If you were watching on Kick and... Oh, I should have said this a long time ago. Instagram got frozen like ages ago, back when we were in the raid. I didn't even realize it. Well, that's fine. One day I'm going to learn how to say goodbye to Instagram at the right time. Thing of it is, for those of you that don't know, Instagram caps live streams at 4 hours, and we live stream for 5 hours. So I will always have to say goodnight to Instagram at some time earlier, assuming I actually say goodnight. I just forget more than half the time. Well, it's the newest platform I've added, so I'm still learning the ropes and set timers for myself and that sort of thing. As I was saying, if you're watching on YouTube and Kick, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Twitch folks, hang out. We'll go raid out to somebody else. I'll catch you all again tomorrow. We're going to be playing more Mother 3 from the Mother series of games for the Famicom, Super Famicom, and what's this one on? Is it Nintendo? Oh, the GBA, good Game Boy Advance, I think, is this one. Mother 3. It's been a lot of fun. The story is perhaps even more confusing and convoluted than the previous two games. I don't know if that's true. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Everyone says this one's really sad and it's gonna like tug my heartstrings. And something sad already happened, but I'm waiting to see what else waits down the pipeline. All right, YouTube Kick. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Don't forget to pull up my VODs, watch them, playlist them, put them on tour. I don't, whatever you want to do. If watch hours happen and we get partnership this year, fantastic. We'll throw a pizza party for everybody. Just kidding. I can't do that. I couldn't possibly afford pizza for across all my platforms. It's more than 2,500 of you. There's no way, not a chance. But I'll thank you with my dulcet tones. All right. Good night to everybody but Twitch. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. We'll see you tomorrow.